Hello everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the London Chess Classic. My name is Women International Master Anna-Maja and I am delighted to cover round 6 of this tournament as things are starting to heat up. We've only a few rounds left. We're already down 5 rounds, so we're past the half of the tournament, and it's getting very exciting. It's getting very close at the top as well. Before the rest day, as the players had a rest day yesterday. Before the rest day, we had a very interesting game between Michael Adams and Gukash, where it seems to be very problematic for Gukash, but in the end, Michael Adams simply went for the draw, agreed to a draw by repetition as he was simply unable to figure out what to do next. And he seemed to have been worried about Gukash's passed pawn. So yeah, that was an exciting turn of events, and that means that Michael Adams is only leading with half a point. And as I'm sharing this, let's take a look at the standings of this tournament. So here we have it, the standings. We have Michael Adams leading with 3.5 points out of 5. So far undefeated, and he has been doing really well so far. So it's of course great to see that one of the players from England are leading in this tournament, which is happening in London. So that's absolutely amazing to see. Right behind Michael Adams, we see Gukash, Jules Musa, Hans Niemann, and Mateusz Bartel, all with 3 points. So it's very, very close at the top. And right behind, we have Amin Tabatabai with 2.5 points. And after that, we have Nikita Vityugov, Andrei Volokitin on 2 points. And then finally, Luke McShane and Shreyas Royal on 1.5 points. So very close. None of the players are super far behind. It's very exciting to see that the standings are pretty close, and that means that almost anyone can still win the tournament. Well, if you don't have 50% at this point, you're probably running out of the contention to fight for first place, but it's very nice to see that none of the players are still on 0 or half a point only. So it's nice to see that the games are close, and let's take a look now at the pairings. So here we have the pairings. Today we see that Andrei Volokitin is facing Hans Niemann. Andrei has been having a tough tournament so far. So can he fight and do his best against Hans Niemann, who has been undefeated so far in the tournament? So that is going to be tough for Andrei Volokitin, but let's see what he comes up with, as after the rest day anything can happen, right? So then we have on board 2, Mateusz Bartel against Amin Tabatabai. Also a very fun matchup. Nikita Vityugov against Shreyas Royal. Shreyas had a really good start at the tournament, but the last 2 rounds, he couldn't get more out of his games, and he had to give up against very strong opponents. But let's see if he can fight back today, as you never know what the rest day can help you with. And then we have Gukash versus Luke McShane and Jules Musa against Michael Adams. So, who are your favorites, guys? Who are your favorites? Who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for Michael Adams? Are you rooting for Gukash? Or do you think that one of the other players will actually end up winning the tournament? As all the eyes are currently on Gukash and Michael Adams, because Michael Adams is the one and only that is leading the tournament now, and Gukash is the one fighting for a spot in the candidates. So let us know your favorites in the chat. And as we see on the camera, some of the players have already taken a seat. I hope you guys are doing amazing. It was a little sad that we had a rest day yesterday, felt so empty, but we're back now, and it's going to be a very exciting day as well. Only 4 rounds left, guys. It feels like we started with round 1 yesterday. Can we root for nail-biting chess? Absolutely, Abby, absolutely. I'm also rooting for that. As we saw in the previous rounds, things got very exciting, and this tournament stands out in the sense that we barely have draws in this tournament. We have a lot of decisive results. I believe over half of the games have been decisive, so that is simply amazing. And at such a high level, it's pretty rare to see that such a high level tournament has more decisive results than draws. So very exciting stuff. Rooting for Goku? You mean Gukesh, I guess. This is the official broadcast. Yes, this is the official broadcast. And during the race, well, specifically this morning, I tried my best to add some extra stuff to the broadcast, as you guys have been requesting stuff, and it's pretty difficult to add things, but I did my best, and yeah, I hope you guys like it. They did a good job inviting fighting players. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. It's always hard to guess, right? Because, I mean, of course, we saw one game where Hans drew very quickly against Amitabha Bai, so, you know, one can argue that that game was less fighting involved, but overall the games have been very fighting, and the players are really trying to do their best. And I really hope that today Andrei Volokitin will not suffer in time trouble, but he hasn't been doing so well on the clock this tournament, and it has hurt him quite a bit. While he's a very strong player, and he's still very resourceful in time trouble, so it can also work against his opponents, right? But I think as he's playing against someone as Hans Niemann, who is very talented and also really plays a lot of online chess, on blitz chess, he's very experienced how to deal with such a situation. So yeah, let's see how Andrei will deal with the game today. Hey Perrin, welcome, hello. Volokitin plays e4, so Berlin is probable. True. Another Berlin. Let's see, I'm curious. Are there less draws because Anish isn't there? I wonder how long this joke has been around for. Has it been 10 years? Can you already celebrate a decade of making the joke that Anish draws a lot? It's getting old. You're rooting for Hans. Amazing. Hey, stop over. Welcome. Why Michael Adams draw against Gukesh despite having a winning position? Very good question. I wonder if we are able to ask him one day. But what I can guess is that he simply thought Gukesh's pass pawn is very dangerous, and maybe he didn't want to, you know, step into a blunder, make a blunder, or somehow he maybe thought that this position is dangerous. His pawns cannot really move forward. His past e-pawn, I believe, was not really making moves, so it makes sense in a way that he went for the draw, as at the board it's really hard to evaluate positions. They don't have any computers, or they don't have knowledge of the eval bars, so it's really difficult to determine, okay, this position is winning. From home we can obviously say, oh, okay, this is +2, that's completely winning, right? But they don't have this knowledge, and that's why he probably thought that he may be slightly worse, or he may be in trouble if he continues, so it's better to stick to a draw. So yeah, it's very often actually the case that players misevaluate the position, and then you see things happen such as what happened in that game between Michael Adams and Gukesh. Also in the other game, I believe it was Luke McShane. Ooh, I don't remember the game exactly, but I believe it was against Nikita Fityugov. It was one game where the white player was doing much better, but all of a sudden they decided to repeat moves. And it was very surprising, as white was simply ahead and doing much better. But I believe we heard a move sound, guys. The games have actually started. Let's take a look. Let me move this over here. And there we go. Let me adjust the clock a little bit, guys, because okay, this seems much better. This looks much better. All right, in the game between Andrei Volokitin and Hans Niemann, as predicted by you guys. we see the Roy Lopez, and it may turn into the Berlin. Let's see what Andre decides to do. Is he going short castle? I expect him to play d3. He's a very principled, solid player, and I expect him to play d3. So let's see. He's spending some time now. I'm excited to see what happens. Oh no, 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 not the Berlin! Not the Berlin! Not the Berlin! You would think that in London they would not play the Berlin, but instead the London. But so far, I have yet to see a London opening, guys. Hey, Peter, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Has it happened to you that I accepted a draw when, or like I went for a draw when I was winning? I have had the opposite, where it was an even position. I declined a draw offer, and then the next move I made was a blunder, and I lost. My opponent it was like a club game, so it was like not super serious, but of course I was playing against one of my coaches from the chess club where I was very young, right? And he was super surprised that I didn't agree to the draw, like I didn't accept the draw, but I was simply like, yeah, I just want to play. As a kid, I would never like the draw. I never wanted to go for a draw, so if you offer me a draw, I just play on, and yeah, it was a little bit sour for me, but yeah, a good learning lesson. Another board malfunction, yeah. This is the classic Berlin. This is how it generally goes when there is no quick draw involved. And here, white, of course, took on d8, king takes d8, and it seems to be very good for white, right? White has so much space, there's a pawn on e5, black has double pawns. Black does have the pair of bishop, but at the same time, these bishops are not really able to do much. But when you look at from white's perspective, how can you actually develop properly? I mean, you can move the pieces to nice squares, but you can't really do much towards black because all of the pawns are super safe, and this pawn structure is in such way that it just restricts you from attacking. So it's a very classic endgame where white seems to be better with so much space, but it seems to be that black is actually able to hold easily, and yeah, it's pretty easy to play with black. So I remember playing this with the white pieces, and I struggled dearly to make the best out of this. So Himalaya squeeze. No, this is a transmission error. This is a transmission error. Queen takes d8 occurred, and after king takes d8, that is the current position. I believe I'm barely able to see the moves, as in the boards on the camera, but I think it's going to take some time until this board is fixed, everyone. So in the meantime, let's switch to one of the other boards. By the way, look at this board over here. We are missing 2 players from the same game. We're missing 2 players from the same game. And it's really funny because you may think, okay, so that means the clock hasn't started yet. No, the arbiter usually presses the clock, and if you're playing with the white pieces and you're late, your clock is going to run down. And if black is also too late, the black player, then their clock is just going to remain how it is. It's just going to say 1 hour and 30 minutes. So you're not losing time, which is really funny. So I've seen situations where both players are late, like super late. Like I'm talking about 15 to 30 minutes late. Oh, actually, it was Michael Adams who was sitting there, of course. So that's why. I was already wondering, we have 2 empty chairs, but Michael Adams was sitting there, but he was just walking around waiting for his opponent. But what I wanted to say is that I've seen ones where like both players super late, but then one of the players suddenly arrives and realizes, oh, my opponent is also not here. Like they think that they lost 15 minutes or more, but their opponent is even later than them. So yeah, it's really important when you're playing with the white pieces to make sure you're on time. Yeah, that's the lesson. That's the moral of the story. Anyway, so let's move on to another game. Let's check in with That's a lot of transmission errors today, guys. Mateusz Bertel against Amin Tabatabai. Let's just take a look at the opening, all right, before we jump to conclusions. C4 e6, knight c3, knight f6. The English opening with e4. Interesting. c5. Wait, this suddenly switched to a Sicilian, where white managed to play c4 and knight c3. So oftentimes in a Sicilian, you want to be able to play c4 because it stops black from playing b5, d5, especially d5, one of the most important moves in a Sicilian. But yeah, after this, now with knight on c3, this seems to be very good. So e5 is on the board, knight to g8, d4. So white is taking a lot of space, but it can quickly backfire as, okay, so here, clearly queen takes d4 happened, but yeah, this this seems not to be legit. So I'm expecting that queen takes c4 happen, and now knight c6. Attacking the queen has to leave, and it's actually very difficult to see how white proceeds as, okay, this pawn on e5 is great, but it seems to become a weakness very quickly. So yeah, white has to be very careful as black can easily develop. The knight can go to g6 to attack that pawn one more time. Queen c7, of course, to attack it one more time. So it's definitely not so easy for white. But for now, white enjoys a really nice space. Really nice space in the position. So, yeah. Hey, Lenorano. Yes, so yesterday was a rest day. I went outside and I had an appointment yesterday, and the buses were not driving for like an hour, and like 2 buses decided to not drive, and that made me feel like, let's go on a walk. So I walked for almost an hour, and it was great. So it was really nice to get some fresh air yesterday. As yeah, sitting on a chair for a long time is yeah, probably not a good idea. But it was really nice to catch some fresh air yesterday. But we're back. We're back with round 6, and I'm not leaving anywhere I'm not going anywhere up until Sunday. Sunday is the last round. So in any case, so queen f4 is on the board. I'm pretty sure this is the current position. So yeah, as I said, the pawn e5 is a huge weakness, and white needs to be careful, but for now it should be fine, as the queen will probably go to g3 to keep an eye on that pawn on g7, and then maybe f4 or knight f3, depending on what the opponent plays. So let's take a look at the other game. Let's take a look at the game between Nikita Vitiugov and Shreya Zorial. Starting with the Sicilian. Sicilian, this time an open Sicilian, and here we have knight c6, bishop g5, e6. Okay, very interesting. This is the Rouser variation. Queen d2, very theoretical opening choice. Long castle, bishop d7, f3, knight takes d4. These are all theoretical moves, and here bishop e7. So as you can see, white is enjoying a lot of space. The idea behind putting the bishop on g5 is that maybe at some point you decide to take on f6, I mean. But yeah, you can actually take here, because after bishop takes f6, the pawn on d6 is hanging. So this is often played at some point, and after g takes f6, there are some weaknesses in black's position, but that wall of pawns, let's say pawn takes, this wall of pawns is really hard to break. And the pair of bishops is not so amazing, as it's a relatively close position, hard to see where this bishop is heading to. This bishop is simply locked on e7, but at the same time, how does white attack here, right? As this wall is really hard to break, and it's really easy for black to defend here. So yeah, there's some drawbacks with capturing on f6, but that is typically the idea behind this line. You can also keep the bishop there, but you always need to keep an eye that it can be dangerous. So moves such as knight takes e4 need to be calculated. But for now, after knight takes e4, bishop takes e7, white is perfectly fine. So yeah. I'm rooting for Shreyas because he played Sicilian. It is, of course, very awesome to see an open Sicilian. So far, we've had a lot of close Sicilians. We saw a lot of Bishop B5 lines. You have the Rossalimo, or in this line playing Bishop B5, which is also a bit more solid. So really exciting to see that. Now we're finally seeing the open Sicilian. But yeah, it comes with a lot of theory. So let's see how this game continues very soon. If you'd like to have more information about the event, feel free to type, I believe, XM format. There you have the link in the chat, and that will show you all the information about the tournament. Let's switch to the game between Gukash and Luke McShane. This one is starting with d4, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop e7. So we are here in the Queen's Gambit decline, and here white decided to take on d5. So e takes d5, and this is very common. Of course, this allows black to develop the bishop at some point, but it also fixes the pawn structure, doesn't allow any d takes c4, and it is very concrete that white is simply enjoying a lot of space, and always in these lines black simply struggles to put the pieces on the nice squares. c6, e3, bishop f5, and knight h4. And this position looks a lot like the Carlsbad structure, where white is attacking on the queen side and trying to attack that pawn on c6 and make it a weakness. Because once white manages to capture that pawn and pawn takes, there will be a pawn on c6 weak forever. And it will be black who has to fight for a draw. So knight h4 is on the board, attacking that bishop, because the bishop can't just go to f5 just like that. Of course, if we go a few moves back, black played the move c6, very important move if you want to develop that light squared bishop, as if you play the bishop move now, you face queen b3, not that move, queen here, and the pawn on b7 is simply very, very vulnerable. So you want to make sure that you also defend the pawn on d5. That can also become a huge target. So oftentimes that's why we see the move c6 played first, and then the bishop comes out. But now knight h4. And now Luke has to decide what to do with the bishop. Do we go bishop g4 and try to go around after f3? Because as knight will be a little bit awkward on h4. Do we go to g6, allow the bishop to be captured? Or, yeah, where do we go? Bishop e6. Also possible, usually you don't want to play bishop e6 because of knight to g5, but since the knight went to h4, you can easily afford this. But of course, after bishop e6, bishop d3 is possible, pointing towards that pawn on h7, and if black castles short, you will always be under attack by that strong light squared bishop of white. So, yeah, this is the position. Luke is spending some time. Let's take a look at the game that we have not looked at yet. The game between Jules Moussard and Michael Adams. Thank you so much to Milan for the 20 months. Thank you so much. Hey SSR, welcome, welcome, hello. What's up with Tabatabai game transmission error? Yeah, we have 2 games so far in this round which have a transmission error. Not sure how the players are moving their pieces, but something seems to be going wrong there. Hey Olympia, thank you. Hey Migdew, welcome, welcome. Good to see y'all. Let me also say hi to the YouTube chat. Hey Shiva, hello, welcome. Here only for Hans, that is in your full right. Shreya is 14 years old, yeah. Huge talent. Must be hard to commentate by myself. It has its ups and downsides. It's very enjoyable because I get to direct the whole show on my own. It's much easier in a way, as in, you get to decide what to do, where to go, and you're very flexible. But at the same time, it's not the easiest at the same time, as you have to be talking on your own for a long time. But I do enjoy it a lot. And yeah, as I said, comes with ups and downs, but it gives me flexibility. So yeah, that's at least nice. But yeah, you get also used to it. I've done solo commentary quite a few times, but they were often for shorter broadcasts. So I guess that is the difference, right? Like longer broadcasts are difficult. to handle. I also don't know everything about chess, so we're always learning. Everything is always a challenge, but it's a challenge I love to take. How many languages I speak? Dutch, English, and Georgian fluently. I try to learn French. Well, I know a few words in French. I learned French at school, but it's meaningless. It's my level does not mean much. Thank you, Beto. Thank you so much. So let's take a look at this game. I didn't check the start of this game, so let's take a quick look. It was the Ruy Pass and not the Berlin because the pawn on e4 was not captured, but rook e1, b5, bishop b3, short castle, h3, an early h3, which is very interesting. We often don't see this happen. We first see some of the other moves, c3, d3, or a4, but if White would have played c3, this invites a martial attack, and we all know what happens in martial attack. Not fun things for White, that's for sure. So h3 on the board, bishop b7. So this is not encouraging Black to play the martial attack. But let me tell you something, Michael Adams has different things in mind. He plays the move d5 anyway. Simply amazing. E takes e5, knight takes d5, and knight b2 d2. So White is not capturing that pawn on e5, especially now that the knight on d5 is defended. So, okay, you don't have the move bishop d6, of course, but it is very different when the bishop is on c8, because that knight was not defended. But now, yeah, it's simply different with the bishop on the long diagonal already there to start the attack. So White is not taking any risks and now plays knight bd2. So simply developing and waiting for the right moment to capture that pawn. However, since White has not played the move c3 just yet, this does invite Black to play knight a5 and simply capture that bishop. So Black is completely fine giving up this pawn, because this pawn, if this pawn is removed, Black will be able to play bishop d6, and this is exactly what Black is looking for, to start an attack on the king side and make it very difficult for White. Hey, Zetanar, welcome. That's awesome. So yeah, that is the current situation in this game. Looking good so far, looking very exciting. And we love to see those open positions where anything can still happen. And in slot positions, it's oftentimes a very long game, but ooh, we see knight to d4. Very creative, as this allows, well, this invites, of course, knight takes d4 or knight takes e5, or even rook takes e5 still. But of course, after knight takes d4, pawn takes d4, Black has a lot of space, and in the Ruy Lopez, Black is not supposed to have so much space. So Black is fully developed, the bishops are out, the knight is on d5. Okay, the rooks need to be developed, but Black has enough time to do that. But this bishop on c1 of White is not developed at all. This knight looks a little awkward still on d2. And this is actually on the board. So White took on d4, and this is the current position. I really like what Black has achieved in the opening so far. Putting the bishop on such a important diagonal. And this bishop can follow next any moment. So let's take a quick look back. What would have happened if knight takes e5? Because of course we need to ask ourselves, what happens if White takes this pawn? Because it's a free pawn, why would you not take it? Well, one of the issues has to do with the fact that Black is simply gaining so much space. So c5 will be played, the knights in the center are super strong. White is not coordinated with the pieces whatsoever, and soon Black will be capturing that bishop and start launching an attack. So Black is more than happy once again to lose that pawn so that they can start an attack, put the bishop on d6, queen on g5 or h4, which move works best in the moment. And it will be difficult for White to defend, as the bishops, all the pieces essentially, are very far away from the White king. So you'd rather keep that pawn on the board for now. That pawn is sort of your shield. It's covering some of the important squares, and yeah, you don't want to allow this to happen so quickly. And also, I believe that Jules simply didn't want to lose this bishop, so that's why knight takes d4 quickly on the board, and this bishop gets to live another day. But still very concerning, as it opens up once again this diagonal towards the king for the bishop, and I can see a lot of activity arise here for black. So very good opening choice by Michael Adams. Really like what he has done so far. But let's see how Jules will deal with this. He plays him with queen f3, so he's not afraid of this bishop on the diagonal, as the knight is currently pinned. The knight does not have a good discovery attack, so that is why queen f3 is a strong move, putting more pressure on that knight on d5. So yeah, it's going to get very interesting. Hey Celebrian, welcome, welcome, hello. Let's take a look at some of the other games. Where do we see some updates? So in the game between Gukash and Luke McShane, we've seen knight h4 attacking that bishop, and Luke decided to play bishop to g4. And now queen c2 was played, not f3, because that would first of all weaken some squares around the king, but also restrict that knight and simply trap it. So the knight would not have many squares left, so we'd rather move the queen and also control the diagonal. So very good move by Gukash, as he's also leading on the clock by almost 15 minutes. So that is quite a lot. And yeah, this opening is always really difficult to play with the black pieces. The bishop is always an issue. Despite the amount of light squares that are accessible, well, they are available for black, you can't really access those squares. I mean, you try with bishop f5, but then you get hit by knight at h4. So this bishop is very awkward on g4. Oftentimes that is a reason why we just place it on c8 and just hope that we get to activate it at some point. Oftentimes you also see it on b7, maybe to try and trade it on a6, but the bishop always remains an issue in these lines. And I'm curious to see how black will deal with the light squared bishop and how the development will continue, as this bishop most likely has to retreat all the way back, because you don't want to go back to g6, as after h3, g4, you're giving a white simply free moves. Exactly, Gukash will follow bishop d3 and has a really nice and simple setup with the white pieces. In the meantime, the game between Hans Niemann and Andrei Volokitin, as it started with the Berlin, the transmission errors have been fixed. So queen takes c8, king takes c8, h3, bishop e7, knight c3, knight h4, trading off the knights, very typical. Bishop e3 and h5. So here black is enjoying the pair of bishops, but they're not able to do so much damage just yet. And black is taking an aggressive approach with the move h5. So perhaps he wants to proceed here, pushing the g-pawn, but that would be pretty crazy, right? As pushing g5 also weakens the square f6, and of course after g5 you trap your own bishop. So that is one way of losing. But in any case, yeah, I'm not expecting a lot of craziness to happen here. At the end of the day, this is the Berlin, right? So the Berlin is pretty solid, but it's really nice to see that at least the players are trying and did not settle for the classic Berlin draw. Another draw is ready, you think so? You guys think this is going to be a draw, or is it going down to the wire, the very last pieces, and they will finish with 2 kings on the board before they settle with a draw? Draw 100%. All right, let's see it. Cannot be different. How is Gukash doing? Gukash is doing all right. He's had 15 minutes on the clock, and he played the Queen's Gambit. So he's a very solid position, and yeah, is doing well so far. It's kind of one of them does blunder. Yeah, not very likely to happen, but perhaps they play until the very end and are not interested in a draw so fast just yet. So as you can see on the cameras, who is the one sitting down here, guys? Can you guess who is there? I have a really hard time figuring out the faces from such a distance. Who is the one that is with the hands? A lot of the players have their hands in their on their head. Hands will push for a few more moves and probably draw. Makes sense. I think so too. I think that is also my prediction. Yeah. But I see someone in the very left corner. So with the black pieces. Could that be Amin? Or no? Yeah, I think it's Amin. I think that is Amin. Actually, let's take a look at that game. That game is getting very exciting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Amin over here. So let's take a look what happened. Queen f4 was played. So they fixed the transmission error here as well. d6 and knight to f3, defending the pawn. Because if you take on d6, bishop takes d6, attacking the queen, developing the bishop by tempo, and black will have a really easy time here. Developing really easily. White does not have any center pawns left, so this is a really good position for black. Knight f3, of course, knight h6, queen to e4, d takes e5, and here bishop takes h6, g takes, and knight takes e5. And black has a permanent weakness to even on the h file. It is simply one of the worst things in chess to have. Double pawns on the h file, because none of the pawns can help you anymore. These pawns are done for the rest of the game, and yeah, really difficult to play with. There are some lines in chess that go this way where black is completely fine, but I've always found them very difficult to play. There are some lines in the French, for example, where you try to maneuver the knight to f5, but then you get hit by an early bishop takes h6. And despite the line being okay for black, it's practically really difficult to play with black because you're always dealing with the double pawns. And even though you may put a bishop on g7, just like in this position, how are you going to continue here? Because, yeah, once the queens are off the board, once we're in an endgame, white will start attacking those pawns, and you don't really have much here. You're looking for a passed pawn to create, but how? Hours lose on both sides of the structure. It's very relatable, very relatable. But it feels easier to play with white for some reason. For some reason. Hey, James Silver, good to see you. Easier to see when he removed his hands. I went by process of elimination, and then I was like, okay, the one play with the black pieces, let me try and see who is left. All right, we have Amin left over there. But yeah, he does not seem happy, and the clock is also a huge sign that he's not happy with his position. He is down almost 30 minutes on the clock, and yeah, what do you do here? Because if you take on e5, queen takes e5, and the rook is under attack, rook d1 will follow, and it seems practically not great for black. The engine is still saying that it's okay for black, but I think from a human point of view, this is very unpleasant. I can see this knight jumping to f6 any moment, rook d1, this bishop develops, and I get the shivers looking at this. If I were to be playing with the black pieces, I would not be happy at all. Yeah, it's funny to see that the engine is saying that it's perfectly fine for black. Engines are capable of a lot. So I'm curious to see if Amin can also handle this position with care. But I would not feel happy. I would feel very terrified playing this with the black pieces. Knight takes e5 though. And as we saw, knight takes e5 comes with a lot of consequences. So what else do we have here? This knight on e5 is very strong. it's very difficult to see what else is here. We need to try to do something with the knight, right? Queen b6 is another move that comes to mind. I guess you also have queen d4 if you really want to trade queens, but yeah, tough to see what is actually a good idea. Black has 2 bishops, but this bishop does not have a bright future. As b6 is not going to happen anytime soon, bishop d7 is super slow, and after rook d1, I'm not sure if it's going to be developed anymore. And bishop g7, yeah, this bishop is pretty good, but there's so many dark squares weakened around the black king that I'm not sure if this bishop can handle all of it. So, tough position. Yes, this bishop is usually the one piece that compensates for the amount of issues, but with the queen activity here as well, I'm really concerned about black's position. So currently you can't long castle, funnily enough, because you cannot castle through a check. So the queen is covering it for now. That's why we have to settle with rook d1 first. Let's take a look. Over here. Oh. I lost my YouTube chat. There we go. Bishop g7 to sacrifice a pawn. Yeah, funnily enough, this is also the computer's recommendation. I guess in this position, so you're sacrificing a pawn, bishop d7, so that the rook is defended on a8, and now the bishops are coming back to life. So this is one way of dealing with the position. Difficult to assess when you don't have access to engine, right? I mean, looking at the position, it's hard to say if the 2 bishops are enough, as black still has the issue of the doubled pawns, and this king doesn't feel safe anywhere, because as soon as queen e4 happens, let's say, and short castle, I'm very concerned after bishop d3 that there are threats on that pawn and really difficult to defend. Okay, of course you have f5 here, so not such a big deal, but if you have to start playing f5 and weaken your position more, you can already see where this is heading to. So yeah, it's very common to play bishop g7 or short castle in this structure, but with the queen so active on e4, hard to say what looks practically good for black. You would go for it regardless. Yeah, the thing is that it's hard to see what's better, right? Because you don't want to allow knight takes e5, queen takes e5, attacking the rook like that. And it's really hard to see a better move. Contemplating life choices. Hey, Pog, welcome. It's 8 p.m. here in India. Oh, wow. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it makes sense to try to go long castle with the black pieces, but it does feel like you're running into a lot of issues there as well, as the knight jumps to b5, and I feel like the bishop and the queen are having a hard time to be put on the good squares, right? So, tough to say. Hi, Brian. Welcome. Hello. I'm reading both Twitch chat and YouTube chat. So we're live on both channels. I've been streaming on YouTube for the first time since I'm covering this tournament, and I've been enjoying it a lot. So yeah, I really want to try to continue streaming on YouTube and see how things go. But for now, I've been enjoying it a lot, and I have been able to keep up with the chat, but that's mostly because I'm commentating and not playing. So when I'm playing, it's of course much more difficult, right? But yeah, I'm reading 2 chats at the same time. I played your dad? That's amazing. In Zwolle. Ooh, very vague memory of playing in Zwolle. Very, very vague. But that's so long ago, in 2012. I was so young. I was so young. Oh, thank you so much, Ariel. That's so kind. No, don't worry, Bugs. Don't worry. Need an AI that can combine the chat streams? I believe I have a tool to do that, but it's not very nice view. So I'd rather just have this the way that I have it. Any ideas for why Hans is going for these drawers lines? Volokitin lost 2 games in a row, so maybe he should take more chances. You can definitely see the Kremlin influence with the Berlin defense. So a really interesting idea is to continue to make draws with the black pieces, as it's better than losing. So you're not taking much risk, and you try to go for wins with the white pieces. And as we've seen so far, it has paid off really well for Hans, as he hasn't lost a game so far. And you see how high he is in the standings, right? So it's often, especially at this level, a really good approach to try to go for draws with the black pieces. And yeah, you continue to score points this way. If you're not losing any game, you just keep on getting more and more points. And at the end of the day, that is what you're trying to do. And yeah, at the same time, you have a good point that Volokitin hasn't been doing so well. So yeah, maybe he could have chosen a different opening to play instead, a more aggressive opening of some sorts. But he did choose not a very risky line. And I feel like the Berlin can get pretty, I wouldn't say tricky, but it can get difficult for white at some point. So, yeah, it depends how the game goes, but perhaps he's just not taking any risk, as Andrew Volokitin is still a very strong player, and you never know what happens on the rest day, right? So maybe the players have recovered that weren't doing so well, and it's almost like a new tournament all of a sudden. So yeah, tough to say why Hans continues to go for Berlin, but yeah, maybe Kramnik influence, I don't know. Hey Yuri, welcome, that's awesome, thank you so much. What does Gukash need to overtake Wesley and Anish in the circuit? He needs to win the tournament with a sole lead. He cannot share the lead. He needs to win on his own. So he needs to start winning his games again, as he has been struggling, especially with the black pieces. So, yeah. It's looking difficult for him. His chances are decreasing as the tournament goes on, but 4 rounds left. Anything can happen. No tie breaks for number 1. I have to double check what the tie breaks are, but I believe if he shares first place, he will receive less points for the Grand Prix circuit. Hey Konstantina, hello! So yeah, in the meantime, Amin Tabatabai is spending a lot of time in this position, so we'll leave him up to that and come back later to this game, as it is looking very bad for Amin regarding the time situation, and the position is also not really helping him, right? So let's take a look at another game. Here we see that in the game between Gukash and Luke McShane, so let's take a look. We left off at the moment where Gukash played the move Queen C2, and after Knight BD7, H3 was played, Bishop went back to E6. So as I mentioned before, the Bishop is safe on E6 for now, as the Knight cannot attack it on G5. Oftentimes this is the reason why Bishop E6 is not played, but now that the Knight on H4, the Bishop is safe there. However, Knight F3 on the board, the Knight retreats to go to G5. And now, what does Black actually have here? Because how do you stop Knight G5? If you play H6, you're weakening the position, and that feels super inviting to play G4. That feels like an invitation. Please play G4 and attack me. You don't want to play H6 so easily, because it weakens the position and invites playing G5, as a pawn trade on the king side will weaken this king a lot. So you don't want to play H6. But what else do you have? So you can decide to move the knight, but you'd rather have the knight elsewhere. Oftentimes what we see is when the bishop is on c8. Let me draw some areas for you guys. So knight f8. That's oftentimes what is played. And the maneuver g6, knight e6, knight g7, and then bishop f5. But now with the bishop on e6, we're a little bit stuck. We can't just move the knight to e6 to support this plan. So instead, what about playing g6 immediately? Well, if you play g6 now, you're simply not going to play bishop f5 because of bishop d3. So you're weakening the squares around the king for no apparent reason. Gukash did play the Queen's Gambit, yes. Hey, Hypnogen, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let me hydrate. You have any thoughts on Machtel's one face? She's very strong. I played in the European Team Chess Championship, and she was also on the team. She was on board 3, yeah. She was playing also sometimes board 2, so that's why I was thinking which board she was, but she was board 3, and she did really well. She was winning lots of games, so she did a great job. She crossed me with 22 moves of theory in a Sveshnikov sideline. How can they remember that? Well, it helps a lot to be fully invested in chess, right? I mean, when your whole family plays chess, that should help a lot. But even then, she's a very strong chess player, so it's very common for rising talents, especially younger players, to remember a lot of opening lines. I did not have the pleasure to remember a lot of opening lines when I was younger. I start to remember the lines much better now, but back in the day, I struggled a lot with remembering my lines. But yeah, she's very talented, so practice helps a lot. Practice helps a lot. Having a coach that helps you understand why this move is good, etc. So maybe she was simply very well prepared against you. It helps a lot to put patterns when you are preparing. You have a certain line. Let's say you have 20 moves of preparation, but you have a really hard time to remember. Try to find reasons why certain moves are good. So let's say, okay, in this position, why would I ever retreat? Try to find reasons or try to remember the reasons why you have to play this move. It's much easier than to remember, okay, on move 10 or move 11, I have to play knight f3. It's really hard to remember that because you're going to forget this, of course. But when you know that, oh, I have to play knight f3 because of knight g5, like you put patterns attached to them to the moves, then it starts to make sense and you play those moves naturally. So that is one way that really helps me a lot to prepare for my games, to attach patterns to moves, and that way I also understand the position much better. What happens if black plays knight h5? Very good question, actually. So knight h5 is a very interesting move as it attacks the bishop, but as white has already played h3, white can simply play the move bishop h2, and on the next move, white would love to play g4. And then the knight still has to retreat, and you have simply wasted time. And despite the fact that you are stopping the threat of knight g5, and it is a really good move as you're attacking the bishop, which has to retreat, you do invite the move g4, and the knight is not doing much there anymore. So you always have to ask, okay, if my opponent plays this, which is a very logical move, what's next? What comes after this? What is my plan? Because only stopping the threat is not helping you in the long run, right? So white is simply going to continue the development, and the knight is not doing much there. So at some point, it would have to retreat, as the knight cannot move forward whatsoever. So I hope that makes sense. Hey Nome, hello. My favorite defense with black against e4. The French defense! I love it dearly. I abandoned it once in my life. So I played the French for a very long time, since I'm 12? Yeah. I think the first time I played the French was 11, 12 years old. And I had lots of success in the beginning, and I really loved playing the French, but I was missing some understanding. So at some point I was losing lots of games, and I decided to switch to Caracan. But I couldn't figure it out, the Caro-Kann. I didn't like it whatsoever. It was very boring, or I was getting checkmated very easily. My bishop was constantly getting trapped. So then I decided to return to the French and simply try to understand it better. And ever since, I've been having really fun games, and I started to enjoy the French much more. So yeah, positional type of player, both positional and tactical, but the French can be very tactical. It can get very sharp. It can get very sharp. It's a very dynamic opening. Sort of depends what the position is that white is heading for, which line they play. But it helps a lot that the French essentially doesn't have so much theory. If you go to the Sicilian, you have endless of moves that you need to cover, whereas in the French, it's not so much. And a lot of it also is very straightforward. A lot of it is similar. So yeah, it's easy to remember things. The fantasy variation. Which one is that again? Oh, I forgot the moves. The fantasy variation. Which one is that again? You'd have to remind me there. If there's one thing I'm not great at, guys, it's opening names. I've learned in recent years a lot of opening names, but I'm still adding more opening names to my dictionary. Oh, f3 in the Cairo. Oh, I had some sharp line against it with queen b6 and c5 or something like that. Or no, queen b6 and e5? Yeah, really fun. It was fun. Actually, fun fact. Before Elina Roberts was super strong, she was super young when I played her in a rapid tournament. She actually played this line, the fantasy variation, against me when it was the phase that I was playing the Caro. And I played queen b6 and e5, but I had zero idea what my line was. I had no idea. So it was a rapid game, and I'm just spending half of my time on one move, figuring out what is going on. And she also wasn't super aware what was going on in that opening, as she quickly blundered, and I won that game. But that is one of the very few wins I have over her, as she after that got really strong. And yeah, I remember this game for some reason really well, as I spent half of my time in rapid on one move or a couple of moves, and it was pretty awful. Like, my time management, I think, was like 10 to 20 minutes, if not worse. So yeah. Sicilian over French makes sense. I just don't like the amount of theory it has. I have played the Sicilian in my very younger years, but it was always too much theory. And if there's one thing I hated, it was the Rosso Limo. Oh, I hated that so much. Anyways, guys, let's move on to the other games. As in this game, Kukash played knight f3, and we're waiting for Luke's move. But let's check in with this game. Jewel against Michael Adams. What happened here? So as we were talking about this games, this position, I mean, e takes e4, queen f3. This was the position where he left off, rook b8, knight to e4, and c5. So c5, as predicted, simply taking over a lot of space and supporting all the pawns on the queen side. So now a4, trying to undermine this pawn structure. Knight to f6, a takes b5, a takes b5. And now white is enjoying an open a file. So that is rather surprising. It's surprising to see that the knight retreated to f6, but it makes sense because the knight is actually pinned over here. But it would have been interesting to see knight takes e4 actually, because d takes e4, and this pawn feels very awkward over there. Restricting the rook on e1, which doesn't look so happy anymore, and it helps black a little bit with the pawns on the queen side. So a takes b5 now, and now you can get started with c4, and this position feels much better than the position after a takes b5. So now bishop f4 is on the board, which is apparently a great move. So what can Michael Adams do now here? By the way, look at the clock, the time management of both players. Jules is playing super quickly, whereas Michael Adams is now down 30 minutes. We see a lot of lopsided games in terms of the time management. We see a lot of 30-minute differences. So that is either a good sign or a really bad sign. Are we going to see many time scrambles this round, as so many players are already low on the clock, especially compared to their opponents? 30 minutes is a lot of time, so we do have to note that in this game it is move 17, so 23 moves until the time control is not very harmful for Michael just yet, but of course the 30-minute time difference is going to hurt a lot. So bishop f4 on the board. What happens now? Okay, of course knight takes c4, so the bishop is attacking the rook. That is a very good point to note, which is why knight takes e4 is not really doing much. It's hard to see what happens after bishop takes b8. It's hard to see where this knight is heading to, as it is simply under attack and doesn't have a good discovery attack. So yeah, it would be interesting to actually see this, as after d takes e4, c4, and maybe these two bishops become actually super strong, because this bishop over here has to go to a2, and it almost looks like a pawn there. If you ever play c3 to open up the bishop from b1, you play d3. So this may actually not be so bad for black. So yeah, let's see what Michael decides to do here, because I'm expecting that he is definitely considering this move. Of course, if we don't play this move, the reason why rook a8 is not great at all is because it blunders knight takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight takes f6 came with check, and now the bishop on b7 drops. So that is why bishop f4 was such a strong move, as it is trying to move the rook from b8, which is why this bishop has to be very careful now. You could decide to take on e4, but I would be very excited to see knight takes e4. That would make things a lot sharper, and the imbalance would be amazing. Knight takes c4 in the board! Michael Adams plays this move, and this means that we are going to be seeing a very exciting game. Now the question is, will Jules actually take on e4 with the pawn, or maybe with the rook? Because at the same time, rook takes e4 can be very interesting, but you don't want to stay in this pin over here. Rook a8 can simply be played, and you're not taking that rook whatsoever. So what about taking there first? Let's take there first, and then rook takes e4, because now you captured that rook. Now you can afford to actually sacrifice the exchange, because you want to make sure that you save this bishop, right? So bishop takes e4, queen takes e4, and this should be more than fine for white, who is maintaining that strong bishop, the Ruy Lopez bishop, pointing towards f7. And now with the queen attacking the bishop, this is looking okay for white. And this is actually what we're seeing on the board. They're playing so quickly. Rook takes e4 on the board as well. So this is actually appearing on the board. Now it is on Michael to decide what to do here. As we saw, taking immediately on e4 does not really help much. So perhaps there is a better move to consider for now, as the rook is still pinned, right? So we can take this rook any moment. We can maybe move anything else. Perhaps moving that bishop to d6 would be a good idea. Queen to d6 is also possible, but rook a7, allowing the rook to enter the 7th rank just like that, may not be ideal. Yeah, could it be that Jules is still in prep? That would be absolutely insane. Knight d6? Here knight d6, you were saying. I believe white is capturing a lot of material. So after knight d6, I think it's bishop takes d6. Because after bishop takes f3, bishop takes e7, and I'm capturing the rook as well. So let's say, I don't know, queen d7, bishop takes, and king takes. I take this, and we have two rooks and a bishop against the queen. So that should be more than enough, and I think that is why, even though knight d6 looked very interesting, right? Because you're defending the bishop. I believe that is why this is simply not good enough. And yeah, white should be much better here. But yeah, good suggestion though, because knight to d6 is a move that you should consider. It's defending the knight as well as the bishop, so you always have to look out for such moves. You also have bishop d5, right? You don't have to go too fancy like I did. You can simply play this, as queen takes b8 is not possible due to rook takes e7 capturing that bishop. So this queen is actually stuck to that bishop, and that's why knight d6 is unfortunately not good enough. But yeah, here we have, this is the current position, and this is looking very interesting. Knight d6 would work at my rapid elo. I mean, it's definitely something to consider for sure. For sure. The camera angle looks lower today. You are probably right. Do you think we should fix that? I can do that real quick for you. There we go. Yeah, this is looking much better, no? At least we can also see the TV now. We were not able to see the TV properly, so this looks much better, yeah. What happens after c4 here? Good question. So I'm guessing that you just take that. So I think you're trying to attack this rook somehow, right? With f5. But after c4, I think you just take that pawn. And after f5, you can simply... you can give a check somehow. f5... Let me think about this real quick, because it gets super crazy, right? Stockfish, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's so kind. Thank you so much. Let me think about this real quick. What is the issue after f5? I tried to not make the move because otherwise the computer will scream at me. Looking for ways to give the check, but perhaps this is simply good enough as you're taking the bishop, and I don't know. Let's take a look. f5. Yeah, I was essentially right. I was thinking that you just take on that e7 and you put the rook on a7. So you're controlling the 7th rank very easily. Maybe you have to play rook a7 first, actually, because this bishop is not going anywhere. And you're threatening checkmate on the 7th rank, so that's probably why this is not working. But it's not easy to understand, right? Because it's a free queen. It's so much material, but it's not good enough for black. So yeah, that is why c4 is not working, despite it being a very resourceful move, as you're trying to shut that bishop down and capture that rook somehow, as it is pinned currently. So good suggestion. But bishop f6 on the board now, so Michael understood very well that he can't go for such crazy moves, and he has to settle with bishop f6. So he's making sure that the pawn on f7 is not under attack anymore, and let's see how the game will continue. He will probably try to put his bishop on g7. The bishop on f6 looks slightly awkward over there, but okay, for the time being, with the queen looking at that bishop, this bishop is not going anywhere just yet. Where did you learn to speak such fluent English? Oh, thank you. I used to struggle a lot with English, actually. So I struggled a lot, but streaming has helped me a lot. I've been talking English the past 3-4 years nonstop. I even talk English to some of my Dutch friends because I'm so used to speaking in English, and I start to, okay, I'm not forgetting Dutch, but it feels much more difficult to speak Dutch these days. It's like I have to get warmed up again to practice Dutch, to speak it properly again. But I speak a lot of English these days, so practice makes perfect. Well, not perfect, but close to perfect. But it helps a lot. So make sure to practice English if you want to speak English better. It helped a lot for me. I was really bad at English. I mean, okay, especially speaking skills in English. I struggled a lot to form sentences I knew the language pretty well, but I couldn't form proper sentences when speaking. So yeah, and also it helps a lot that Dutch is really close to English, right? So a lot of words, a lot of sentences are very similar, so it's not too complicated for us. If you speak a language that's completely different from English, then it's of course harder to study English, right? So absolutely, Bernardus. I think one of the issues now is the budget, right? So the tournament just got back after 4 years of not being held in London. The London Chess Classic has returned after 4 years of absence. In 2021, there was a tournament, but it was a different format. It was involving teams, the rest of the world, against yeah, I believe it was the rest of the world against British teams, or I don't know, some tournament like that with teams involved. So it was very different, but the tournament is now coming back, and this tournament is organized by Chess in Schools and Communities, a charity from UK that makes sure this tournament happens. And yeah, it would be nice to see the tournament back in its original form, where spectators were allowed, where there was an open tournament happening, and a lot of activities were held. So we'd love to see the tournament come back in its original form one day. So yeah, thank you, Stackers. Thank you. The names of the pieces in Dutch: we have toren, which is rook; knight, which is paard, which is the Dutch word for horse; bishop is loper; queen is dame, or koningin, which is queen. So we have king, which is koning, and pawn is pion. Very harsh sounding. Well, it sounds different, I guess. it sounds different in a way. Yeah. There's a reason why often Dutchies like English songs more, as yeah, it just sounds better than the Dutch pronunciation. Anyways, let's take a look at some of the other games. Yeah. Rookie one? Yeah, sure. I don't know if you want to lose the A file though. So yeah. I think you don't want to rush with that. The A file can be pretty important. Let's see, let me quickly check how the other games are doing. Just a quick update for the Kukash fans. Kukash is playing against Luke McShane. There's not much that happened ever since we left. Knight f3 was on the board, and rook c8 now. So simply allowing the move knight to g5, as there is simply not a better move to play here. Rook c8 is often played to prepare c5 and start the opening up the c file, but yeah, if you play c5, you're left with an isolated queen's pawn. And when you have an isolated queen's pawn, you want to start attacking on your opponent's king. Now, are we actually going to expect a kingside attack to happen here for black? I only see chances for white here, so that's why this position is so difficult to play with for black. You have to remain solid and make sure that you're not weakening squares for no reason. But at the same time, you're just stuck with your pieces. So you try to create some loft for your pieces, but very difficult. So yeah. Looking very even for now. In the game between Andrei Volikitin and Hans Niemann, we actually see that the evil bar is favoring white quite a bit. What just happened? So we left off at this moment where h5 was played, so knight e2, king to e8, king goes back to avoid any sort of checks. Very common to play, actually. So yeah, hard to say where this king is headed to, but if the king would have gone to e7, the bishop is trapped, which is really funny to see, right? A bishop on h4 trapped? That's crazy. So king e8, f3, the bishop retreats to e7, and now g4. And after f5, white took en passant, and g takes f6. No bishop takes f6, which is pretty surprising because this damages the pawn structure quite a lot. Black, of course, does have in mind to take on g4, but as the position is progressing, guys, it seems to be the case that white will be able to create a passed pawn on the king side. And it's really hard to see what black can do else in this position with 4 pawns on the queen side, but 2 of them are doubled. So it's really difficult to see what black can create here on the queen side, as there are no weaknesses in the white's position. So this is looking pretty good for white. And yeah, we may actually not be seeing a draw in this game. Okay, it's still possible, of course, but I feel like white is trying to fight for an advantage here. Yeah, the evil can be chosen. Of course, it should be around even, yeah. But at the same time, it feels like white is the only one that has chances here. The more pawns are traded off the board, what can black possibly do in this position, right? Okay, you can play bishop e6. Well, you can't really because of knight f4. But yeah, it feels more natural as well for white here. I don't see any issues in white's position. And once again, this king is still in the middle of the board. And that means that the rooks are not connected. In the endgame, of course, having a king in the middle of the board is okay. But as long as the rooks are not connected, it's not looking great for black. Uncle Son. Oh, I just made this too large. Why do I have Stockfish 15 here, guys? Okay, well, that's unfortunate. We have Stockfish 15 over here. That's unfortunate. I was hoping to be able to switch that, but nope, not today. But yeah, knight f4 seems very possible. Of course, after knight f4, there's pawn takes and pawn takes. As I don't think you want to. Do you want to take with the f pawn? It may actually make sense. I'm just struggling to see how the advances will occur after f takes g4. This bishop is looking at the pawns over here, right? But maybe f takes g4. You want to place the knight on h5 to attack the pawn on f6, which is a huge weakness. And yeah, you have to be very patient here with white. And I think if there's one player that is very patient, it is Andrei Volokitin. Very patient and composed player. Yeah, I feel like practically speaking, this is difficult for black to hold with such a big weakness on f6. Not easy to play. Knight f6 takes 6, bishop d6. Bishop d6 feels very concerning. You leave your pawn on f6 alone, so knight h5 and you lose the pawn already. Anyways, so Andrei is spending some time here. I sincerely hope he plays faster this game, as he has been struggling a lot on the clock as well. It is sad to see that games are decided based on the clock. So yeah, but okay, we're on move 17 now. The players have to make their 17th move. So time trouble is unlikely in this game, but you never know, right? Let's take a look at the other games. What is the situation in the game between Mateusz Bartel and Amin Tabatabai? So remember, here in this position, not here, but a few moves later, here Amin spent a whole 34 minutes and he decided to play queen b6. It was my first thought as well, as queen b6 is a classic move in such structures. You put the queen out there, attack the pawn on b2, and you're simply activating the position. But yeah, it does come with long castle, and now white is able to long castle. So the rook is on the d file, the king is safe, and you can't take the pawn on f2 because after queen takes f2, knight takes c6, pawn takes, queen takes c6, check, and you lose the rook, of course, and just completely the position. So I have the bishop g7, and here white made a mistake playing knight to a4. Oh, that is a very tough one. So, of course, it makes sense to play knight a4, right? Attacking the queen. And it's really difficult to see what's wrong with it. What's wrong with attacking the queen. But after queen c7, once again, attacking the knight. Knight takes c6. And now b takes c6. And what is going on here? What is the knight doing here? So this knight feels misplaced, and with the bishop on the long diagonal targeting the b pawn, could it be that black is simply coming back here with rook b8? Maybe e5 to get the bishop out if you can't attack on b2 anymore. Yeah, this game was... it started with c4. Just to rewind real quick what happened. c4 and then e4 happened, which made it transpose to a Sicilian, but then e5 occurred and some crazy line happened. So this is how the game went. Bishop took on h6, and this is the current position. So knight a4. Interesting to see that the computer is completely against this move. What was the move that white was supposed to play here? Not easy to understand that the knight has to stay on c3. I'm thinking that white had to take here on c6, play the move queen d3, and try to play knight to d6 somehow. Of course, you have to start preparing this a lot. So queen d3, let's say rook b8, you defend it by playing rook d2, and next you maybe want to try to move the knight to d6, but it's not easy to see how you can do it in this very situation, as there's so much attacking the pawn on b2. So I'm curious to see how black will punish this mistake, as it's not very simple to see why it's such a terrible move, but yeah, it does allow a lot of options for black, and this knight on a4 is simply, yeah, out of the game, right? You want to put the knight on d6, but now it's a long road to get there. What about c5? You mean c5 instead, or knight a4, queen here, you takes, and here's c5. Yeah, it makes sense because you're fixing the pawn on c6, but this knight is out of the game once again. It's not doing anything on a4, and by playing c5, eventually you have to stay there to defend the pawn on c5. So it seems to be wasting time simply, despite the fact that you're attacking the queen. Your knight is not really doing much. You can play knight c5, but queen b6, actually that already... okay, so there's no bishop takes b2, but maybe queen b6, rook b8. A lot of attention towards that pawn on b2. And it feels like this is just simply too slow. Knight b5 did feel better, but okay, the knight on e5 is hanging for now. So yeah, you have to do something about it. Let's say if the move f4 occurred, what would have happened? Because this way you're defending the knight, making sure that you can still play knight b5 on the next move. And after a capture, you're simply okay to capture back as you're blocking that bishop. But after this move, queen c5 seems to be slightly disturbing, as the pawn on e5 is attacked and it's hard to defend it. So, yeah. Did Lukasz draw his game? His game is still going on. His game is still going on. Instead of going knight a4, going c5. Here's c5. Oh, you want to play bishop b5. But c5 you just take the pawn, right? Because after bishop b5, the knight is simply captured. So you're not achieving so much after playing c5. Yeah. Once again, e5 is under attack. And after takes, b takes c6, and black is all right. So knight a4. So Magnus game. We do not have Magnus playing. But yeah, I did hear that he is participating in a World Rapid Blitz, so that is very exciting at least. Queen c7 is on the board. So the knight is under attack. And now it's on Mateusz to decide what to do here. He takes on c6, of course. Otherwise, he's losing material, right? So he has to take on c6. And now, b takes c6. Queen takes c6. If queen takes c6, I don't think you want to trade queens here. With a knight that can jump to c5, trading queens is probably not ideal. Knight a4, queen b4. If queen b4, you allow knight takes c6. If you take my knight, I'll checkmate you. Always gotta look out for those checkmate patterns. So yeah, if you don't take my knight here, then I'm just up a piece and I'll take all of your pieces. This is the live board. This is the live board. Queen c7 and knight takes c6. You can also check out the website, everyone, londonchessclassic.com. I made sure to add it to the description on YouTube as well, so make sure to check out the website if you want to have more information about the tournament, and you can follow the games there as well. The organizers upload the PGN files there very quickly as soon as the games end, so make sure to check out the website for more information. Also, a lot of descriptions regarding the players, so you can learn more about the players there as well. In any case, let's take a look at the other games. Do we have any updates? Not much. Let's take a look at the game between Nikita Vitiugov and Shreya Sorel. So, in this game, what happened? We saw the rouser on the board, h4. So, Nikita Vitiugov is going for the aggressive play here. And here, this is interesting. So, Black was more than okay to give up the pawn. Very common, because after queen takes b4, d5, opening up the bishop can cause lots of issues. But, funnily enough, apparently there is a way to deal with the situation, which is completely crazy to me. But here, queen d4. It seems to be the case that white has a trapped queen, right? After bishop c5, you would wave goodbye to the queen because it can't go anywhere else and it's lost. However, bishop f4, a crazy move, because after queen takes, I take the bishop on c5 and we're fine, and we're simply up a pawn. This king can't castle, and this is completely winning for white. So if black plays anything else, the queen will be able to move to e5 and white is completely fine. So let's say queen b6, queen to e5, this pawn on d5 is under attack, and it's not very clear. Bishop d4, queen d6. And here there's no bishop takes c3 because you lose the queen. So it is simply brilliant. Queen f4, bishop f4 would have been such a really cool move, but this was not played. So this was the moment that Nikita Vitiugov could have captured the pawn, but he seems to have been scared by capturing this pawn, as it does seem to be the case that this is a poisoned pawn, but it's not. Apparently, it is simply fine for white to take that pawn due to the fact that the queen is fine on d4, which is really crazy, right? After move e5, you can retreat simply and enjoy an extra pawn, but you also have knight takes d5, another counter move where after taking here, you simply lose even more material. This is a queen trade, but you also lose the rook on a8. And yeah, you simply capture on d5 and you're more than fine. On the next move, you capture on f6 if necessary. If knight takes d5, you just capture back with the queen, attacking the rook, and lots of trades will happen, and white will simply be fine with the queen. Looks still really scary with bishop e6 around the corner, but you always have ways to escape here. First of all, the rook is under attack, so that is something that needs to be taken care of first. f4 can be played to get to e5 easily, and so on. So this was the moment that Nikita Vitiugov could have captured a pawn, but instead he played knight to e2, and actually fairly quickly. He only spent 30 seconds on this, so he almost played this instantly. And after a5, g4, short castle, we have bishop c1. And this is the live position in this game. And in this game, Both sides are attacking. Very exciting chess. This is the classic way of playing the Sicilian. But yeah, who's going to be first? Who is going to be first in the attack? As the knight on f6 allows g5 to be played by tempo, but then after g5, knight h5, and it remains to be seen if white can really attack this way. g6 can be played, and this may be stopping the attack completely. So at the same time, it is difficult to see. Okay, actually, not so difficult. You just want to play a4, right? I was just wondering again, queen takes b4, but I think black would be more than happy to lose that pawn so that the rook goes to b8, you start attacking, and you just want to get rid of those pawns somehow, one way or the other. Try to take that pawn on b2 to create more weaknesses and to start an attack on that pawn on a2. Thank you so much to Schurgas for the 46 months. Thank you so much. I can't believe it has been 46 months. Thank you so much. Fokatin still thinking. Ooh, that is terrifying. So yeah, in this game, I'm expecting a lot of fire. And my prediction is that one of the players is getting checkmated. Okay, maybe they won't play until checkmate, but it's going to be a king attack on one of the kings. And we'll have to see which king is not going to survive and which one is. So let's give the players some time to think about that. In the meantime, everyone, not a lot has happened. The other games in this game, we've seen this and g3, h6. Very surprising to see that Michael is playing h6, as typically in such a situation with the bishop on f6, you want to play g6 to put the bishop on g7. Of course, you can't play it now because the bishop is hanging, but you don't want to play h6 as this does not feel right. It feels very limiting. And now queen f5 is played, essentially preparing rook g4. Of course, now bishop takes e4 has to be played to take the rook off the board, as it is going to move on the next turn. But Michael is spending some time here, which is very interesting. And also, maybe Michael doesn't want to take directly, as this allows rook a6 in the future. And things look very dangerous for Michael here. I don't like his position anymore whatsoever. Thank you so much to Chess Dojo Live for the rated party of 30 people. Thank you so much. Hope the stream was amazing. Welcome everyone. We are covering the London Chess Classic on this channel. This is the official broadcast and we're happy to have you here. We're on round 6 and it's getting very exciting. We've had very exciting 5 rounds so far. We've been blessed with very decisive games. But we're now in round 6, and it is looking difficult for the leader in the tournament, Michael Adams. He's playing the black pieces today against Jules Moussard, but he seems to not be doing so well in this game. So, as the players are now after the opening phase, they're now in the middle game phase. This is the phase where they start spending a lot of time trying to figure out what to do. They start to calculate some lines, come up with new ideas. So this is the moment where the players start to spend their times, and that is why it is a wonderful moment to take a short break, everyone. Make sure to stick around as the action continues after the break of the London Chess Classic. This is round 6, and we are going for a short break. Before we do, let me remind you guys that this tournament is organized by Chess in Schools and Communities, which is a UK-based charity. And with Axcom CSC in the chat, you will find out more information about this amazing cause. The players also joined Simul yesterday. They played against lots of kids, which was another activity organized by Chess in Schools and Communities. So make sure to check out their page. And we'd like to thank this amazing charity for organizing this event. So without further ado, we're going to break, guys. Make sure to stick around as the action continues after the break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the London Chess Classic. Today is round 6 and we already have very exciting games as some of the games are turning around. We saw some of the positions, the eval bar is favoring one side quite a bit, so we have to take a look what is going on in the games as we see currently in the game between Jules Moussard and Michael Adams that Jules has a really good position, and that has a lot to do with the fact that this bishop on b3 is a monster of a piece. And for that reason, Michael just played the move rook c8 to try to play c4 and destroy this bishop, but that is not going to happen so easily as after c4, yeah, what happens? You can just simply take that pawn and, well, you don't really have to. But at the same time, you can just play bishop d5, right? You can just get out of there and make sure that your bishop is safe. But yeah, c4 is not going to happen just yet as it is white's turn. And we didn't miss so much as bishop takes e4, queen takes e4 was played. And after rook c8, the players have spent quite some time on their moves, and now it is Jules' turn, who has over an hour on the clock, so he will definitely spend some time there. But what comes to my mind is the move bishop d5, simply avoiding any sort of c4 threats, locking that bishop behind, and yeah, sooner or later rook comes in, and it gets very dangerous for black. So let's quickly jump to the other games, as in the game between Andrei Volokitin and Hans Niemann. Hans seemed to have made quite a mistake, so we left off here, and Andrei played move knight f4. Very logical to simply get the knight involved and attack the pawn, the weak pawn on h5. It was a capture on g4, f takes g4, and now f5. And this seemed to have been a huge mistake. And the reason why, so let's just go back. Why did Hans play the move f5? Of course, this pawn, it is known to be a worse pawn. You want to trade this pawn off as soon as possible. So that is what Hans is trying to do. He's trying to take on g4 and make sure that there is a trade at least, if not more. But for now, he is more than happy with this position where black is super active, the pair of the bishops come back to life, and this pawn on h3 is not going anywhere. So that's why after f5, of course, white does not take. And rook ae1 was played, simply trying to set up a threat with bishop c5. So this bishop on a7 is super vulnerable. There's knight g6 in the air and a lot of threats available, which is why king f7 was played, getting out of that file with the rook on e1, and now bishop d4. And all of a sudden, there are lots of threats in the position. So the rook is under attack now, and where do you go with this rook? Because I can see some positions where the rook will be sacrificed and knight will jump to g6 with a check, and there are some forks around the corner. But at the same time, of course, rook d8 seems like a very plausible move, and that is indeed played by Hans. So in this position, bishop is under attack, but as we can see, white is much more active. And f takes g4 is not going to happen anytime soon, as the rook on f1 is pointing towards that king. So as soon as f takes g4 will occur, let's say we move the bishop to c3 for the moment, and after f takes g4, we see knight to e6, knight to d5 check even, and black is losing lots of material. Knight e6 check is possible to take the rook on d8, but also knight d5, as you will capture the bishop on e7. So a lot of problems in black's position all of a sudden, and after rook d8, if you can't take f on g4, then it means that you're in quite some trouble, as f takes g4 is the only way to try to equalize the position and develop your pieces, because this bishop on c8 is still there and not able to develop just yet. And with the amount of threats in the position, I don't see black develop just yet. And with that being said, the rooks are also disconnected. So A lot of issues in black's position, and white's pieces are simply placed brilliantly, super active, and yeah, we have to see what Andre comes up with, as we are in move 20, so at least there's not a huge time scramble happening just yet, but you never know, right? It can go down to 1 minute every moment, any moment. So in any case, rook d8, and the bishop will have to move. If we play c3, c5 will be played, and this bishop will have to retreat to an awkward place. So we have to move this bishop. Bishop e5 seems very interesting to me as well. This knight is simply superior over that bishop. So let's say bishop e5, and let's say black wants to try to take that bishop, right? So what you can decide to do here, you can of course decide to take here, but that would help black slightly to resolve the pawn structure issue. So we don't mind the trade, and the reason why is because we want to play g5. We are going forward with that pawn, and h4 follows h5, and it is simply game over, as the pawns on the king side are unstoppable. And this pawn is actually a wall and simply ruining a lot of things in black's position. So you simply don't want to allow this to happen, which is why the bishop is stuck on e7. But if you can't play bishop d6, then what are you going to do with bishop takes c7? What are you going to do with, let's say, the knight moving and pawn takes f5? Lots of issues, and I would not want to be playing with the black pieces here. Rook d2? Rook d2 is interesting. But it's really simple for white to play moves such as rook e2, and let's say rook e2 takes. The engine is not happy with this, but to disregard this for a moment, the rook was the one and only active piece, right? So you don't really want to trade it, but of course, you don't really have much of a choice. If you don't move rook d2, then what else do you have, right? So if rook d2, you can also simply move the pawn 2 squares up because the bishop is covering the pawn. This rook is not doing much. And in the meantime, we're also attacking the pawn on c7, and the same issues remain in the position. So tough situation for black. This bishop check is not going to help you because you just move on h to h1, and that is it. Bishop c3 after rook d2. Here. Interesting line. It's seems to be very engine, huh? That's it. That's looks a lot like engine suggesting to take on e7. Very sophisticated. I mean, of course, it's logical to see that this is not worse for white because of the activity. This bishop is stuck. The rooks are just completely disconnected. But I wonder if the players will go for this. It seems very unnecessary to allow this. But interesting line. Let's take a look at the other game. So in the game between Mateusz Bertel and Amin Tabatabai, some craziness is going on here, guys. We have to take a look at this right now. So we left off at the moment where knight takes c6 was played. So some of you guys mentioned that the move bishop d7 is super interesting, and you're absolutely right, because you don't have to recapture right away. You can play bishop d7, because this knight is not going anywhere. If you move, I will take your knight on a4. And otherwise, if you don't move, I just take the knight on c6. So this way you will develop the bishop and you will not ruin your pawn structure. However, for some reason, this was not played. I wonder if it has to do with rook takes d7. Because, yeah, you simply get rid of that bishop on d7. So that is a good start. But after rook takes d7, the queen takes d7, and it seems to be okay. As the queen is attacking both knights as well. So knight retreats, queen takes a4. Yeah, this seems to be okay. It does get very complicated, though. I do have to say, queen takes b7. I would understand if the players calculate this and maybe, I mean, did not like this whatsoever. It looks very complex where king is a little bit awkward over here. You do have the possibility to play rook d8 or short castle, so it is unclear, but it seems to be that black is completely fine here. But something may have scared off black to play bishop d7, so instead b takes c6 happened, and after this, white was apparently better. Had to play the move c5, but g4 happened, which is quite a crazy move. Seems to be preventing f5, but at what cost? Because now the dark squares are super weak on the king side, and hard to see how white can start attacking here. Maybe white wants to prepare bishop g2 to attack the pawn on c6, but hard to say what's happening here for white. Rook b8 was played, c5 now on the board, but a little bit too late as g4 is so weakening. Bishop d3, checkmate threat. Rook d8, so of course now there's no f5, you can just take that and the g file will be opened. We've seen this tournament so far, how successful it can be to have an open g file. Rook d8, bishop c2, rook to d5, and black is simply saying, you can capture my pawn on h7 all you want, but the black king will simply go to f8, and it's really difficult to see how the attack continues here. So here black is doing more than fine because black is going to focus on attacking on the queen side. And this king is extremely vulnerable with moves such as queen f4 in the air, not looking good for white. So that is why queen takes h7 is not the greatest move. You need to keep the queen in the center of the board, but with the knight on a4 now, not being able to do much other than being a defensive piece, it is not looking good for white over here. The rook on d5 is also very well placed because after rook takes d5, black simply captures back and enjoys a really nice position. Bishop d7 follows, and this knight is looking terrible on a4. Has to keep defending the pawn on c5 and b2, but if you manage to get rid of that, then suddenly a lot of issues arise in white's position, right? So yeah, with g4, white was slightly too ambitious, and yeah, it's not really doing much other than stopping f5, but that was not the biggest issue. That was not the biggest issue. Yeah. Let's take a look at another game. Let's go back to the game between Gukash and Luke McShane, as a lot of you guys have been requesting. I appreciate the kind words, guys. Thank you so much. Let's go back to this game. What happened? Ooh, I see knight maneuver. Let's take a look. So we left off here where black played rook c8, bishop was developed to e2, and now g6. So of course, black wants to put that bishop on f5. So he's trying to do that by playing g6. Bishop d3 was played. Makes you wonder that maybe bishop d3 immediately would have been better, but there may be reasons to not play bishop d3 just yet, as it invites c5 and the bishop may not be well placed on d3. But now white was pretty much forced to play bishop d3 as you want to stop bishop f5 at any cost. This bishop is almost looking like a pawn, so you don't want to trade it off, right, for your really good piece on d3. Short castle, knight h5, bishop h6, attacking the rook on f8, so knight g7 covers it, and now knight e2. This position looks a lot like the London, I agree. However, it is a little bit different as the pawn is not on c3 anymore. It is slightly different, but very similar ideas, right? So this bishop is having a good time on h6. The knight is pinned, and I'm expecting soon the knight to maneuver to f4, and yeah, once again, black simply has not great mobility with the pieces. The pieces are stuck, and what can black do next? Really hard to say what black can do here. I guess a good start is to get out of the pin. Rook e8 would be a good start, so that you get out of the pin and try to get that bishop on f5 somehow. As this knight is jumping to f4 very soon. If rook e8, perhaps knight g3 could be an interesting idea. It could also be of consideration to play g4, as I don't see an issue with this move in this very position. You're simply stopping the bishop from moving to f5. The knight cannot jump to f5 anymore. Knight cannot go to h5. This knight is trapped. And I don't see the issue with g4. You always have to keep an eye on the move c5 though. If black plays c5, you have to be careful as the rook is on the same file as the queen. So there are some moves that you need to take care of still, but g4 and black is completely stuck. So I like the position for Gukash a lot, but not a lot is happening in the game just yet. This may go on for a long time, as we are used to from games where white starts with d4. Those are often very long games. Let's see what happened in the game between Jules Moussard and Michael Adams. So here we left off. Rook c8 was played. Rook a6, queen c7, and bishop d5. So after rook a6, the question is, why not c4? Was that even possible to play the move c4? Let's take a look. It feels like there are some rook takes f6 moves possible at some point, but not for now. Oh, actually, queen g6 is the threat. No, actually, after c4, queen g6 is not a threat. It is currently a threat, but that makes me wonder why not c4 now. So let's say takes, b takes c4. And what is going on here? As, of course this is not possible. So after bishop takes c4, rook takes c4, I just thought rook a8 and the queen is lost. So that's why there's no c4 possible, and that is also why queen c7 was played, to get out of this 8th rank. Bishop d5 now on the board, out of that situation, so that c4 is not so dangerous anymore. And now white is simply enjoying a very strong position. So this is an opposite color bishop. I wouldn't call it endgame just yet with the queens on the board, but without the queens, it is heading towards endgame, right? But not a lot of pieces are left on the board. And the only minor pieces are those two bishops. And it is clear to see that this bishop is significantly stronger than the bishop on f6. And the main reason why is because of this weakness on f7. So white has a really easy time trying to attack this pawn, whereas black, what can black possibly do? Black can defend it, but this bishop on f6 is not able to do anything. It cannot attack, it cannot defend the pawn on f7, and it is simply stuck behind its own pawns on c5 and d4, which is why white is significantly better here. This bishop is a monster, and so far Jules is doing an amazing job at maintaining that bishop, and we may see a long game here trying to maneuver the bishop around, and I think white would be happy to go to an endgame for sure. But even then, this position is also more than fine for white with the queens on the board. Queen d7, apparently a mistake. The white pawn on h3 is under attack, but of course white can easily protect that. King g2, pawn to h4. You do have to be careful for moves such as rook e8 or rook d8, attacking the bishop, which is probably why queen d7 was played. But after moves such as rook d8, you allow bishop c6, right? And then you lose your pawn on b5. So not easy for black at all. Yeah, if Jules manages to win this game, this will be a huge change in the standings. As remember, let me quickly go back to the standings for you guys. The standings are as follows. Michael Adams is leading with 3.5 points out of 5, and with a loss, he will go down, as 4 players are right behind him with 3 points, and Jules will take over the lead. So this is looking very dangerous for Michael, who is in a worse position. He had a really good opportunity in the previous round to beat Gukash, but he settled for a draw in the end, as he could not see possibly how to continue, and he may have been feared for Gukash's pawn, but this may have cost him a lot, as he's now in a worse position. And if Jules wins this game, he will take the lead over Michael. So yeah, pleasure accidental novelty. It was a really difficult ending, of course. I mean, even when seeing it from our perspective, it was not super easy to see how white could proceed there, but it seems to have been the case that white could easily continue the game and try to stop the pawn easily. But okay, at the board, you may see ghosts at some point, and you don't see the full overview anymore, and time was ticking down for Michael Adams, so he may have been pressured to settle for a draw in the end. But yeah, this is not looking good for Michael Adams. Rook takes f6, pawn takes queen g6, king f8, king f6. Interesting. Let's take a look. So rook takes f6, g takes f6, queen g6, king f8. Queen takes f6, you were saying, huh? I guess you can just move the rook, right? And then try to run. So what about rook e8? Rook e8 and you go on a hike with the king. Rook 8, bishop c6, we give a check, right? So that is okay. So maybe he is all right here. But in this position, I would simply try to protect this pawn. King g2, h4 comes to mind. I would want to continue playing here with that bishop on d5. Not sure if it's worth it to capture on f6. Hey Fishelrana, hello! Bishop c6 now. Let's take a look. Bishop c6 in this very position. The pawn on h3 is hanging. So it would be a trade. But bishop c6 simply drops h3. It's probably still better because it's not like you need h3 so much. But bishop takes b5 and it's not the end of the world. But you first want to protect that pawn on h3. And then the next move, you can consider playing bishop c6, absolutely. Andrei went for exchange, sacrifice. Let's take a look at the game between Andrei Volokitin and Hans Niemann. So, so we were looking, you guys there was someone in chat who pointed out a very sort of engineer line. But Andrei did go for it. Well, differently, but with rook takes e7 check right away. So, sacrificing the exchange, he seems to be confident that he can actually win this while being down in exchange. So he's really going for it. H4 is on the board, and now bishop e6, another mistake played by Hans. As this is a very logical move, right? Developing the bishop, trying to connect the rooks as the pawns are pushing. You need to have support here, but the computer is very displeased by this move. Well, it's funny that the moves look so logical, but in such a situation where your opponent is sacrificing pieces for long-term chances, it is difficult to make the right moves because you're the one under pressure. And it's really difficult to defend here because if you play a simple move such as bishop d7, then what do you do about rook e1 or rook d1? So many moves to consider and a lot of pressure with the pawn on g6. Also, after bishop d7, you may be inviting knight to h5, knight f6. So a lot of moves to consider here. And bishop e6, Hans is okay with knight takes e6, of course, because his knight is a monster. So yeah, white cannot take that bishop, of course. White needs that knight on f4, but instead needs to take it easy. Needs to take it slow and simply start developing the pieces, move them forward, move the king forward, maybe to g3, and try to start pushing the pawns with rook g1, g6, h5, and then things go really fast over there. Rook e1 looks strong. I agree. Rook e1, I really like that move as well. I do feel like maybe you want to use the rook to support the pawns and put it on g1 so you can play g6. Because as soon as you play g6, it looks very difficult, right? To defend the pawns. So all that Andre needs to do is take it easy, take it slow, don't rush. Rook takes c7 was maybe a little bit of a rush, but for now, Hans also made a few inaccurate moves, and now we're in this position where Andre is doing much better. So let's see if he can keep up with that advantage. b6 looks better. I guess it makes sense indeed to attack that bishop and put the bishop instead on b7, but at the same time, it is hard to play b6 as you don't want to put your bishop there. But yeah, after b6, let's say that bishop goes to a3, c5, and the rook is simply not entering on e7, so it's perfectly fine, right? So yeah, that's why b6 was a good move. And this bishop is not clear where this is going, where this is heading to. Maybe Hans didn't like that the bishop goes to d4 and then to e5 and the c7 pawn is vulnerable. That could also have been part of the reason. If rook e1, rook e8, g6 check comes to mind. Of course, if bishop e6 here, rook e1, rook e8. You can still play g6, but in this position with the opposite color bishops, it seems to be very drawish, and it's really difficult to see how either side can really fight for an advantage. There are not a lot of weaknesses in the position anymore, so there's a different situation. But yeah, you definitely don't want to rush with g6. You only want to do that when you're very certain. So yeah, here it invites rook e8. So you have to be very careful here. So I'm really curious what Andre comes up with, as he is in a much better position now. It was a good practical decision indeed to sacrifice. Yeah. Yeah. Very true. How strong is the WIM? WIM is typically around 2200 rating. I'm also currently 2200. I also have the FIDE Master title, but when I was much younger, I hit 2300 very easily. And I dropped down after that, but it was much harder for me to become Women International Master. So that's why I use this title. But yeah, it's around 2200. King f2 on the board, the top engine move played by Andre. With 15 moves left, 15, not 50, 15 moves left until the time control. Andre is still doing fine on the clock. We've seen much worse. We've seen him on 30 seconds around this time. So he's doing much better on the clock now. And he played a really good move. And as I mentioned, you want to prepare that rook g1 move to push g6. Because if you push g6 now, let's say over here, it's very appealing, right? Why not push pawns here? Rook takes, knight takes, king takes. And this is a very even position. So you want to make sure that you keep the tension in a position, keep your opponent's pieces busy, and only push the pawns when your opponent cannot take them. Because as soon as the rook comes to g1, you can play g6 very easily. And look at those dark squares, guys. Look at those dark squares that I can just feel the bishop heading to d4 to give a check, control all of those squares, and the h-pawn being unstoppable. So very tough position for Hans. I'm curious to see what he will decide to do here, as he is going to face those pawns very soon. Rook g6 here. Whoa, that's very creative. I guess rook g6 is not very helpful here, because you want to take a pawn right with you, right? So essentially, it's safe to say that white has an extra pawn, because when it comes to the pawns, it's 5 versus 5, right? But this counts for only half of, well, 1.5 a pawn. You basically have one pawn on this side of the board that is not doing anything. And since it is here 2v1 with 2 clear passed pawns, you can definitely consider white being up a pawn. So playing rook g6, allowing knight takes g6 is maybe a little bit too much, especially, you don't even have to take. You can simply play rook g1 and wait. You don't have to take. As if you move, I'll be happy to play g6. If you don't move, for example, rook here, I'm not in a rush. White requires patience. And if there's someone that I trust with having patience, it is Andrei Volikitin. Someone as strong as him, as experienced as him, especially in such positions where patience is required, he will be able to maneuver his way around and show us the technical way to win here. As this rook is not going anywhere. As soon as it moves, we're happy to play g6. And actually, here, bishop d4. I love to play bishop d4 here to not even allow the rook to go to g7. So, yeah. Thank you so much, Patrick. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. So that is the situation in this game. I'm expecting Hans to take some time here as he is in trouble as of now. So let's move around quickly to the other games. Let's see. What is going on here? So we see bishop d5, queen e7, and wait, rook b6. The pawn was not defended. And the pawn was not captured either. That is very interesting. So white is okay taking that pawn for that pawn on h3. Makes sense when you look at it this way, because this pawn is not doing much. But I would expect to wait until you want to try to take that. Just play king g2 and then figure out how to take that. But of course now the bishop is under attack, so you have to move the bishop essentially. So now bishop c6 comes to mind. And this may happen on the board. So still better for white, but you don't want to give your opponent any sort of chances, right? So with the queen on h3, it feels a little bit fishy, but seems still fine as black does not have any access anywhere. Just rook is stuck on d8. You can't move around, you can't go control the e-file. This queen is a monster. It's simply super well placed. Is there a link to watch all games? Let me see if I can pull up a link for you. I can drop it in the chat for you right here. Bishop c6 on the board, and I'm expecting a capture on h3. Things are heating up, guys. It is getting super exciting. We don't have any updates here yet. The game between Nikita Vitiugov and Shiraz Royal is getting very exciting as well. Where did we left off here? I believe we saw bishop c1. Right, so e5 was played, the queen retreated, bishop e6, knight to g3, because you want to involve the knight into the attack. And after rook c8, knight to f5, bishop f8. If you take that knight off the board, g takes f5, or even e takes f5. Ugh. Does not feel good at all. Allowing g5, h5, all the pawns storming down on the king's side. Ugh. Very unpleasant to look at for black. So bishop f8, h5, and knight to d7. So looking very difficult for both sides, as there's a lot of tension happening. White is focusing on the king side, black on the queen side. Who is attacking first? So for now, black seems to be doing fine on the king side, but of course with a knight on f5, tough to say how yeah, black can try to survive this. As g5 is incoming, and you'd love to play g6 and just crush it open on the king side. At the same time, black's knight is heading to c5, attacking that bishop on d3. We'd love to get rid of that bishop because it's such a strong defender. And this bishop on e6 is also placed super well, attacking that pawn on a2. So this is going to come down to who is first and who will play the most practical moves. Because you can follow engine all you want, but in these kind of attacking positions, attacking games, anything can happen. And at any point, we may see a crazy blunder as the position is getting sharp. So For now, the players are both doing well on the clock, so I don't expect any time scrambles as we're on move 20, so that should be fine. Battle of nerves here. Absolutely. Very well said, Kai Greg. Thank you so much for the 3 months with Prime. Thank you. Thank you so much. Gukash needs to win the whole tournament with a sole lead in order to qualify. So Jules is helping him a lot in that sense. But okay, it's still looking very unclear when it comes to fighting for the first spot. You can check the standings on the website, but just to show you guys real quick how the standings look like, if you want to see it at all times, you can visit the London Chess Classic website. But here we have it. The standings, Michael Adams on first place currently with 3.5 points, followed by Gukash, Jules, Hans, and Mateusz with 3 points. So a lot of players are right behind Michael. And as Michael is in a worse position, if he goes down today, a lot of players will catch up with him. But it is unclear for Hans as of now if he will be able to catch up, as he is also not in a good position. So this is the current standings. If you want to take a look at it at all times, you can visit the London Chess Classic website or visit the chess.com events page, whatever suits best. Why is Royal last place? He had 2 unfortunate losses where he was doing really well, but his opponents were simply better in those games and he could not get much more out of it. Unfortunately, I'm not able to change the end chip depths, guys. It's forced on chess.com. I am stuck to Stockfish 15 with depth 24. It used to be better on chess.com events. Not sure why they downgraded it, but it used to go up to 30, 40 depth. So not much I can do about it. I'm sorry about that. Anyways, let's take a look at the other games, because things are heating up in the other games. Hans has not made a move just yet, so let's quickly move on. Let's go back to the game of Gukash. We haven't seen this game in some time, as the players have been spending quite some time on their moves. We saw knight e2, rook e8 was indeed played, and indeed g4 on the board makes me really happy that Gukash is going for another g4 move, as we earlier saw in the tournament that he also had some crazy control over the g file. Now in this game, I'm not expecting something crazy to happen on the g file, but you never know. But g4 essentially opening up, it's opening up the king, but we're not too afraid of that as the knight is heading to g3. But the plan behind the move g4 is to control the squares f5 and h5. So bishop f5 is never going to happen. If you play f5, which is a really terrifying move to look at, so many weaknesses arise in the position. So looking really terrifying. We're not taking that, of course, but you can take on g7 and then play knight f4, attacking the bishop. Very unpleasant. You're actually losing the pawn on f5 like this, so that's not even it's not even the only reason why f5 is bad, as I was thinking to maybe play g5 and simply shut down everything on the king side, but you're just losing a pawn. Anyway. D takes c5 and knight takes c5. So here we are in this position. So the knight is attacking the bishop on d3. As the position involves a isolated queen's pawn, it is in the white's favor to trade pieces here, so that in the endgame you can attack this pawn much easier. So black is doing a fantastic job trying to find counterplay, and with this knight on c5, as the pawns got traded on c5 and d4, black is gaining a lot of space over here on the queen side, and this bishop may come back to life by playing bishop f6, and I can see some nice moves for black for sure in the near future. Turning off cloud analysis. I'm only seeing this, and I don't even have Stockfish 11 Lite, so I'm not sure how to change this, guys. I'm not sure how to change it, but it does show Stockfish 15 for me, but yeah, I don't know how to change it. Did Hans move? Looks like it. I remember someone saying in a chat, if Rook G6 is played, call the arbiter, but it was with a kappa, which is implying that it was a joke, but I thought it was hilarious that Rook G6 is on the board now. No, as we mentioned before, Rook G6, you can try all you want, right? To try to stop the pawns on the king side, but White is not in a rush. White doesn't have to take, and with precise play, you will play Rook G1, Bishop goes to D4, Bishop E5, and slowly but surely improve your position. White is not in a rush. A green toggle for cloud analysis? Wait, did I just completely miss that? Let me take a look. Oh, this! So you're saying I should turn this off? Oh no! Now I'm on Stockfish 11 Lite! This is worse! No, we can't do that. We have to turn on cloud analysis. That's even worse! Someone said that McShane was one of the most talented players they had ever met and could have easily been in top 5 if he was interested. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I've never seen 11 Light, but it's not, I don't recommend it. Hans is still playing, but he's in a worse position right now. But it's not so easy to win here. Anyway, so Rook G6 is on the board, and it is Andrei's move. Andrei has to make a move, and I don't mind whatever he plays. The only thing I don't want to see in this game, guys, is time trouble. That is the least thing I want to see. I don't mind. Andrei can make blunders all he wants. Of course, that would still be devastating for him. But I'd rather have him move fast and not end in time trouble than make, you know, like avoid all the... I'd rather have him just move fast. I don't mind him making blunders. He just needs to move fast, because if he doesn't move fast, he will eventually make the blunders with a huge chance, right? I mean, of course, he can still play very well while being low on the clock. It's just a lot of concerning... Concernus. Concernus? Is that a word? Ooh, let's take a look. So, in the meantime, let's go back to the position. The game between Mateusz Bertel and Amin Tabatabai is heating up over here, as after the move, Rook D5, F4 was played, which was not liked by the computer at all. I mean, White wants to take a lot of space, right? White wants to try justifying the move G4. Queen A5 is on the board, and now A3. And exactly, in this position, Rook takes B2. Rook takes B2, Knight takes B2, Queen takes A3, and who is defending the Knight on B2? This king is running out of space. You have to take on D5, otherwise you're simply checkmated. And after C takes D5, the bishops will come back to life, and looking very difficult for White. So let's say the queen retreats, where do we go? Queen E2. We take with the bishop, because of the king D1, we have bishop A6 in the air. And this rook over here, ooh. Wait, actually, you're losing the rook already. Concernment, is that a word? That sounds terrible. But, yeah, queen takes H1, and that is over. So, that is a big miss by Mateusz, allowing rook takes B2. Will Amin find it? He has 16 minutes on the clock. You can see him down here just reaching for that B2 pawn. You can just see him hyper focused on taking that pawn. So, really curious to see if he will find it, but I'm sure he will. But is he going to decide to play it? That's the question. You mean after... You don't really have time to play King D2, huh? Yeah, Bartel is doing fine. It's crazy how Amin just came back in the game. Mateusz got distracted by this weak king over here, the weak king side, but Amin just went full send on the queen side. Bishop takes b2. Let's take a look. I feel like you need the bishop. Knight takes b2, queen takes a3. Oh! Oops! Yeah, you need a bishop to defend your king, because as soon as you remove that bishop, this comes to mind. And the queen is protecting b2 at all times, so you have to be really careful here. It is interesting to note, though, that bishop takes b2 should be considered. But yeah, I completely disregarded it because I'm just so focused on making my king safe here, making sure it's safe. As the bishop is the only piece holding down the fort on the king side. So that bishop is worth more than a rook. There, I said it. Let's take a look. I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch, so I can read the chat from both channels. So hello to YouTube as well. The games are heating up, guys. It's getting super tense, and I love to see this. And indeed, it is on the board, guys. Rook takes b2, a brilliant move played by Amin, and this may just decide the game. This may decide the game, as Mateusz now is in huge trouble. King is extremely exposed, and White does not have enough pieces to cover the king. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you so much. Wow. What a move played by Amin, and hard to see what Mateusz can do now. He is up on the clock, but at what cost? The reason for a3? Probably to try to play b4. He probably underestimated the strength of rook takes b2, or he simply missed it. And he also maybe wanted to avoid rook b4, actually, because rook b4 is a big threat. As it attacks the queen and threatens to take that knight off the board, and it would be taking 2 minor pieces for the rook, which is completely winning for black. So perhaps b3 was a better move, but difficult to play this move, of course. Let's take a look. If there's any updates on the other boards. Okay, not much happening there. In the game between Nikita Vitiugov and Shiraz Royale, we see a knight jumping to d5 now. So what happened? Knight d7 was played, knight e3, maneuvering the knight back, and knight b6. And this is actually reason enough for White to play knight d5 anyway. So knight b6 trying to stop knight to d5, but White plays it anyway, which is crazy. So perhaps White is confident that this is simply much better, this forced line, as White is attacking here on the king side once again, and without the pawn on h7, it gives you many more possibilities to attack, right? His king is exposed on h7, so not looking very pleasant for black over there. But not the end of the world, I would say. Black can gain a lot of activity with queen c4, pawns moving down the board as well, so not very clear, but that is probably why Nikita thought this is perfectly fine to go for. Hey, Raphael, welcome. Andre is currently on 18 minutes, so that is about right. Oh, we see some updates, guys. We see some updates. Wait. He had 18 minutes just now. Where did that go? Okay, I got debated. Anyways, rook g1 indeed on the board. Andre played the move, rook g1, as he wants to play the move h5, and he needs to defend that pawn on g5. And Hans goes for rook to g8, stopping h5 from happening. You know what would be interesting to see now? Rook e1, attacking that bishop, with the idea that, let's say any other random move is played, h5. So that after rook takes g5, you can take safely on e6. And if once you take that bishop off the board, the engine is not saying that it's completely winning, but I would say it is completely winning. I mean, you have two pieces against the rook, a passed pawn, a rook very active. Okay, maybe I'm a bit too ambitious by saying this is completely winning, because it can still get very tricky for white, but I really like white's position here. Seems to be without any risk. And those pieces are just so strong, right? It's really hard to get rid of that knight on f4. This bishop is a monster as well, controlling all the dark squares, which are very vulnerable. So I would love to see rook e1. Ooh, knight d3, preparing a fork. Of course, why not? Bishop d4 controls everything, indeed. Yeah, at some point, we may see it Zugzwang as black is running out of moves, and it's really easy for white to make any random move here. Whereas black has only a few options left, right? So, tough situation. Knight d3 is cool, yeah. I like this move. Preparing knight to e5. The pieces are extremely stuck. Bishop d4, bishop f6. I would be slightly concerned about any sort of rook takes f6. That would give black a lot of drawing chances. But when you time it well, it can work really well. So, for sure, that could be an idea as well. There's just so many ideas for white. And you just have to pick one. Also, Andre is spending so much time. He's down to 6 minutes on the clock. 14 moves left. The good part of his position currently is that he can make any move and still be better, because there's no way for black to make any progress, right? Because he already played the moves rook g6 and rook g8, so the rooks are stuck. What else do you have? What else do you have? Because what can you do next? You're just trying to stop h5, but that's it. So you can literally play a3, you can play king back, you can play anything, and you're still doing fine, you're still in the same position. So that's why his clock situation may be concerning, but at the same time, he can just make random moves and be fine. So, yeah. Yeah, chess lover, I agree. Rook g6, it feels very unnatural, but yeah, when you look at it, it's also really hard to say what's next. Rook e1 is on the board. Rook e1 is on the board, threatening h5. Interesting. A lot of this size look at games. Absolutely, Akjad, absolutely. This is move 27, so 13 more moves for Andre to make to reach move 40. David Bursha, thank you so much for getting us up to Blind Fox. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course, rook 8 is simply fine. That's simply a good-looking move. But yeah, how do you make progress? It's not really helping much, right? The reason why rook e8 is not helping much is because at any point, let's say the rook goes back to g8 at some point, you can just go back rook g1 to prepare h5, g6, etc. So that's why it's not really helping much. As long as your rook is on g6, you can't do anything. Knight takes g6 is always a threat. And if you move the rook, we go rook g1. And we continue our plan. So that's why black is so stuck, and it's crazy. We might see repetition. Oh no. Oh, I guarantee you, if there's something that Andre does not want to go for, it's repetition. And I noticed because in the previous round, Andre Volokitin played against Jules Moussard, and he tried everything he possibly could to avoid repetition. He had 20 million different ways to repeat the position, but he kept going until the very last moment. He tried complicating the position and, you know, tried to make his opponent blunder, but his opponent didn't. So he went on to fight until the very end, and then he had to settle for the repetition. So he was essentially forced to repeat moves. So that's why I really think, if anything, he would love to play until the very end. And this, I think, in the mind of a Grandmaster, this position is strategically winning, as this knight is dominating the board, the bishop is dominating the dark squares, this bishop is essentially a pawn, and the two rooks, you can also turn them into pawns soon. Especially the rook on g6 is just a pawn. And we often don't really see that often that a rook turns into a pawn. We often say that the bishop is there like a pawn because it doesn't have many squares left, etc. But having a rook act like a pawn is not seen often. I really like the move bishop d4, defender. I really like it, simply controlling all the squares, and once again, all you need to do with white is to have patience, not rush into anything, and try to improve your position. So bishop d4 is one of those moves, and I really like it. Yeah, I'm also surprised to see if bishop takes a7 is good. I'm trying to figure out what is wrong with b6, as that simply traps the bishop, right? It's very common to see this, but as it turns out, knight takes g6, you capture that rook now because you took a pawn. And after king takes g6, you suddenly have bishop b8. Crazy move, because the rook is stuck to that bishop. If you take that bishop, rook takes e6, and this is game over. And if you don't take it, then, well, I'm going to take the pawn on c7 regardless, and that is simply a losing endgame. So, yeah. Wait, rook g1? Andre? Are we going to see another draw when one side is in a completely winning position? Or is he just trying to repeat moves to get close to move 40? Is that me being on a lot of copium? It must be to get close to the time control, right? 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 He just wants to get closer to more 40, surely. This game is going crazy. Let's jump right into that, because this position is also crazy, but we will come back to it very soon. Let's take a look. Jules Moussard against Michael Adams. Michael Adams is completely losing. What is happening here? Just now, bishop takes f7, check was played, and after rook takes f7. What is going on? Queen e6 attacking the rook, and black is completely stuck. What happens after queen g6? Queen g6, queen e8 check, and you take the rook, and that would be game over for Michael Adams. This is... Wait, what? I am out of words, guys. Bishop e7! Bishop b7, and it's completely winning for Michael Adams! What is going on in this game? Wait, or maybe it's a transmission error. Oh my goodness, what is going on, guys? What is going on? Maybe there was a if queen e8... No, queen e8 does not really do much, right? What is going on? Rook b8? Oh, rook b8, bishop d8. Which is why you have to play f4. Oh my lord, guys. f4, and it was over. The queen has to move. Anywhere you go, rook b8 check. If rook f8, queen d5 check. King can move. it's over. But now, queen e6 and bishop e7. I can't believe this. We need to look at the camera. What just happened? Oh my goodness. Bishop e7 number. You can see Jules. You can see his expression. He is devastated. He shook his head and he realized just now what he has done. He completely spoiled his position. You can see Malcolm looking at the board as well, wondering what just happened. You also see, I mean, right behind it. And everyone is just looking at the board. Everyone is shocked. What just happened? Oh my goodness. And Jules had so much time on the clock. He just simply overlooked the move bishop e7. Because now if you play f4, you're too late. The queen can retreat to f6 and that's it. Oh my goodness. This is a heartbreaker for Jules. He was dominating this game so much. All he needed to do was this little move, f4. An intermediate move to get the queen off this diagonal. And then rook b8 check. And that is just over. He had so much time on the clock to figure this out. But he played queen e6 too quickly, thinking that he's just winning this rook. He thought queen g6, rook b8 check. And, well, that's not even winning, but... Queen e8 check. I forgot my own line. I was thinking we were looking at this just now, but queen e8 check and you take the rook. He was thinking this is the line and that's it. But he completely missed bishop e7. And he also can't believe what he just did. This is absolutely incredible. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. And if you're not shocked, you have nerves of steel. This is absolutely tragic. And this is not only devastating for Jules. This is devastating for Gukash, who was trying to win this tournament. And is now in a more difficult spot. This was the one opportunity to take down Michael Adams, was leading the tournament currently. But this is over. This is completely over. Wow. This feels bad for Jules, but great comeback by Michael. But he definitely needed some luck in this game. Let's quickly take a look at the other games, as this game seems to be over soon. Where do we go? A lot of excitement is happening, right? Andre Volkatin has played bishop to e5. Wait, we just missed another move. Okay, so Andre did not repeat moves. Bishop d4 was played, bishop d5, and the bishop went to e5, attacking the pawn on c7, and yeah, simply dominating the position. He's down to 2 minutes on the clock, so that is slightly concerning, but as mentioned before, he is in such a nice position where he can't make mistakes. He can't mistake. The only mistake would probably be knight takes g6, and even then, he is not losing the game. So he simply cannot make a blunder here, which is really nice to know, right? Really nice to realize that you can't lose a position. The only way he could spoil the position is by making a move that will allow the opponent to equalize the position. But for now, he's dominating the board, and he just needs to make sure to not flag. But with 10 moves left on the in the game, he should be fine. Would you resign in Jules' position? I would probably still want to play a few more moves, especially because of the shock. Like, you don't want to resign in the same moment that you just blundered. But yeah, some people want to resign and just completely forget about the game. But I would personally still want to process what just happened and not resign out of nowhere. So I would still make a few more moves, but I'm expecting resignation very soon. b5 is on the board. The c7 pawn has been captured, so white is officially up a pawn when it comes to just counting the pawns. I'm essentially disregarding this material difference as this knight can capture the rook any moment, right? So Hans is trying to activate his pieces as well, as he put his bishop on e4 just now, so the pawn would have to move to c3. And he's trying to put pressure on the clock as well. Is 2 minutes enough for 9 moves in this position? Absolutely. So it's very difficult to blunder here with white, but I feel like if you were to blunder here, you're only losing the advantage. So he cannot be losing in this game, as he's simply dominating in this game. I do wonder though if this rook wants to go to the c file maybe, or just anywhere on the 6th rank. But I think if the rook moves, then you allow g6 to happen, or h5 and then g6, so tough. Chessman Polo, that's so kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. It helps though to have super exciting games, and yeah, I'm passionate about chess, so, and I also know the feelings of the players, of course. It's very much different still, as this is at such high stakes, and I'm still shocked. I'm shocked, but I can also relate to what happened, as we've all been there as chess players. It's the beauty and, well, the opposite of beauty of the game, right? It can happen to you, but also your opponent. Rook d1 is on the board, trying to get that rook on the 7th rank. And yeah, once again, the rooks are stuck. So since the bishop has left the d file, the rook wants to enter the 7th rank now. And with that rook on the 7th rank, ooh, it's looking very uncomfortable for black. But for now, I would like to put the bishop back. The bishop did its job by taking the pawn at c7, but now has to go back to e5 very soon. Gukash game? All right. A lot of you guys are curious about the game of Gukash. Let's take a look. We haven't been in a long time because not much is going on here, funnily enough. So there's so much drama happening on the board. Meanwhile, these two players are taking it easy. They're not spending... I mean, they're spending time, but they're not making the game too complicated. It's very solid, and well, okay, I mean, Gukash is trying to make it complicated with g4, but not so much drama happening here just yet. So bishop to b5, attacking the rook went back to f8, so the knight is pinned again. Queen b6, queen to e2 to defend the bishop, rook to d8 now, and this is the current position. So this is going to be a very strategic game. So black has the isolated queen's pawn, right? So white really wants to trade pieces, but is not really able to trade so much. I mean, you don't want to randomly throw in a knight takes e6 or bishop takes g7. You want to do it with caution, precision. So you want to make sure that, for example, trading this knight. Imagine we can play knight d3 to capture that knight. That would be amazing. But the bishop on b5 is looking very uncomfortable there. Knight to d4 is on the board. So this does invite bishop takes d4, but of course you can't just give away a bishop like that. You can't do that. So I'm not expecting bishop takes d4, but yeah, knight to d4, reinforcing the attack on the bishop, but also defending the bishop here. So that way the queen will be able to move around. I do wonder what happens after a6, because the bishop doesn't have many squares left. The only square it has left is to go back to d3. So the bishop is not doing much anymore on b5. But yeah, this is a very slow position, guys. The players are doing well on the clock. It's move 23, so they have more or less enough time to reach move 40 without blundering, but still remains to be seen, right? Anything can happen. As we saw just now, even with more than 30 minutes on the clock, you can still make one of the worst moves in the position. Jewel had a completely winning position, and he just needed to make one move to end the game. And he just didn't do that move. He didn't make that move, and he made the one move in the position that was completely losing. So yeah, not much progress in this game, which is why we're going to let the players get to their game and see what happens afterwards. Let's take a look at some of the other games. We see that Hans took the pawn on c2. We see a lot of moves being made very quickly. Rook d1, and Hans took this pawn. He thought that, okay, you put the rook on d7, I put the king back on e8, and where is your rook going now? Rook d8 check. So we see another repetition. So this is how Andre gets to the 14th move really quickly, right? Rook back to d2. So this is really interesting. Taking that pawn on c2 was apparently not desired by the computer, but I wonder why. Oh, I see a bishop heading to f6, guys. So the bishop has to move now. Let's say bishop e4. Bishop e5, bishop f6. Very tricky. And then you can start giving a check on d8, d7, pick up the pawn, and this king is going to be stuck as well. So this is looking really good for white now. Well, rook takes g5, you'll be down a piece. So let's say bishop here. I'm assuming you want to move the bishop first, and here rook takes g5. You're down a piece, so that must be losing. Yes, white only has 2 pawns, so the win is a little bit far away, but this should be winning for someone at this level. Drawing chances, hard to say. With this knight on f4, stopping the rook from going to g2, white simply has 2 active pieces. So it feels like that black maybe has drawing chances with so many pawns on the board, but the pawns can't really move. And these pawns are really far away for black to attack or trade. And yeah, white has a lot of moves available. So currently, Michael Adams is leading the tournament. Gukash is half a point behind the leader with 3 points. Rook d8 here. Oh, I would not want to trade rooks here, to be honest with you. I think you need the rook because this rook is much more active than that rook. This rook has no access to any square. Cannot go to g2, g3, g1. Cannot go anywhere. g6, g7. It only has g4 and g8. And also no h5. So it's a really awkward piece, right? So you want to simply improve your position. Whether that is by playing bishop b8. Well, bishop, I want to keep the bishop as well there. Just move the rook to d6. Try to see what's possible. Get the king involved, move it up to c5. And slowly but surely try to trap that king. Rook g7 played, bishop e5. And the bishop is heading to f6. Rook h7 is on the board. So Hans is trying to capture that pawn on h4. Ooh. Bishop here. Rook takes here. Are there some tactics in a position? If g6, rook h2? Not so clear. You give checks first. King here. Rook here. Ooh! Checkmate on e6. So that's why after rook e7, king d8, rook h7 check, or rook g7, whatever you prefer, and you just capture a rook, and you have the g pawn still alive. This is completely losing. Bishop f6 on the board. Wow. And look at that speed of Andre. He is down to 2-3 minutes on the clock, and he's playing those moves so quickly. This is incredible play by Andre. So clinical and just so precise. In the moments that he tried to repeat moves, he was only doing it to get to the 14th move closer. Now we're on move 38. And he only needs to make 2 more moves, and he's simply winning this position altogether. It's move 38. Incredible play by Andrei Volokitin. Simply amazing. Rook f8 is on the board. Very nice defensive resource, as after rook d8, the king is heading towards g8. But it's not enough, as after rook d8, king f7, you simply play g6. And that's over. Rook d8 is on the board. Blow my nose. I ordered a machine, guys, that makes sure that there is no human in my room. There's a lot of human in my room happening, so there's not much I can do about this. So just so you know, blowing my nose does not help, but I will make sure to take a break soon. I appreciate the concern though, but yeah. I believe it's a problem when I'm in the human room and I'm talking a lot. Yeah. Hans is in trouble. Rook d8 is on the board, and I'm expecting a resignation soon. Wait, the game has ended already? We don't see the result yet on the board, but... he resigned already. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we have it. The result is official. Andrei Volokitin won his game over Hans Niemann. What a comeback of Andrei, who has been struggling so far in this tournament to get some good games in. He won 2 games in a very unfortunate way, but today he's back and he took down none other than Hans Niemann. Hans was currently undefeated, is now on 3 points as well, and what a win. What a win by Andrei Volokitin. This is a masterpiece. Just quickly rewinding what just happened. So in this position, white is better, but not so easy to see how to proceed, right? So he sacrificed an exchange because he knew that his pawns on the king side were superior. This was simply such a clinical win by white, giving black no chances whatsoever, and realizing that his pieces are so much better than his opponent, and he doesn't have to do anything too crazy, because, I mean, black would have to play the top moves every single time, and it's really difficult when you are simply in such a position where your pieces are stuck and you don't have so many moves left, right? So Hans tried something, but it did not work out, as his king is simply too weak. The bishop went to f6, and here it was lights out, as after king f7, you simply play g6 check, and after king takes, you take the rook on f8, and the rook on h7 is lost, and the pawn promotes. So that was such a nice move played by, such a nice masterpiece played by Andrei Volokitin, who still has it in him and is still in the race to have a top spot in the tournament. In the meantime, we see that the game between Jules Moussard and Michael Adams ended, and Jules did not make a move. He simply spent some time. He spent about 20 minutes here and resigned. This is crazy. Jules was completely winning here. Just to show you guys real quick, he played a brilliant move. Rook takes f7, and he was completely winning here. If he had played f4, kicking the queen out of this diagonal, queen has to go to g4, let's say, and now simply rook b8 check, because the king can't go anywhere. Rook f8 has to be played, and now king d5, and you simply pick up the rook at the next move, and that would have been decisive for the game. But instead, he played the one move that was losing the game, queen e6, and he missed bishop e7, and this is simply stopping all the threats, and this is how Michael Adams won instead. And he is solidifying his lead, as he's now on 4 points out of 6. That is what we call luck, but that's how chess goes. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes things happen, and this is one of those days. Jules will be very upset, as if he had won this game, he would have been first place. So this is a shocker, but that goes to show, even at this level, anything happens. So he got very upset, and this, of course, but crazy stuff are happening in this tournament. Crazy things. Naruto, thank you so much for the 46 months on tier 3. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, guys. So it is time to take a short break as the players are arriving into time trouble scenarios. There's still a lot of time on the clock left for the players, but we are approaching time trouble. So before that happens, we're moving on to a short break. A lot of excitement has happened so far already in round 6, but more excitement ahead of us as 3 games are left and all 3 games are looking very exciting. Make sure to stick around for the continuation of the coverage of the London Chess Classic. This is round 6. See you guys after the break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the London Chess Classic. Today is round 6 and we already have 2 decisive games. Absolutely amazing games we have seen so far, and I'm expecting even more decisive games, and I would even want to predict that we will have 5 decisive games today. Let's take a look real quick what is happening now as the players are around time scramble situation. So before we jump into the games, for those who are just joining, Andrei Volokitin beat none other than Hans Niemann. Hans was undefeated so far, but this is his first loss in a tournament, and Andrei simply punished Hans's Berlin today. And in the game between Jules Moussard and Michael Adams, we saw a crazy turnaround where Jules was completely winning and he just needed to find one small move, but he made the wrong move, and all of a sudden the tables turned around and Michael won the game in one move. All of a sudden it was over. So that goes to show chess is absolutely crazy. Anything can happen, even at this level, at this caliber, players of this caliber. So that makes chess so interesting and exciting, right? So let's take a look at the games that we have on our hands. We will go back to the game between Gukesh and Luke in a moment because not so much is happening. There's some things happening, but we need to look at it a bit, then take a bit more time for it. So before we do that, let's take a look at the game between Nikita Vityugov and Shreya Zorel because some things have happened here. Let's go back. Where did we leave over here? So after knight to b6, knight e5, turns out that this was a miss. We were calculating this line and we thought that this was fine, but also fine for black. So interesting that it is now considered a bad move. Apparently moving the pawn to f4 and trying to create more space on the king side even more was desired. But now after knight to d5, a forcing line occurred where white takes a pawn on h7. King takes h7, rook takes d5, a4, queen to e2, trying to give a check in some convenient square, queen d3, and now b3, which is a typical move that is used to start the attack on the queen side, but it's not enough because c takes b3, a takes b3, and queen takes b3. So it seems to be the case that black has an amazing opportunity to attack, right? 2 open files, well, even 3 you can consider, but towards the king, the A, B, and C file are somewhat open. So rook b8 now, but here rook b5. White has a lot of defensive resources here. So queen a7, of course, you don't want to trade those pieces, but after rook takes, queen d3, queen f2, white is now the one continuing the attack. And this is the current position, queen to g2. Shiraz is hoping to find compensation here. As Nikita Vityugov is currently up a pawn, he has to defend this rook somehow, either by moving it or by playing a move such as queen f1 or queen d1. Which one will he go for? Because he doesn't want to trade queens, of course. He has an attack going on still. And this bishop on c1 is an amazing defender of that pawn on b2. So for the time being, white is doing more than fine here. And black should be concerned as black is down a pawn. His bishop on f8 is not able to do anything. And if you try to activate it by playing g6, you will get checkmated very soon. So you don't want to play g6, of course. And bishop e7, it takes too much time to try to develop that bishop. That bishop is not going anywhere just yet. So I really like white's position here. White went rook e1, trying to escape the threats and simply stop any sort of e4. Maybe try to play rook e4 and play rook g4 instead. A lot of moves are possible here, but it is clear that white is in the driver's seat. So let's quickly check in on the game between Mateusz Bartel and Amin Tabatabai. We saw that rook takes b2 was played. It was a long time ago because a lot happened on the other parts as well. And Mateusz Bartel simply completely overlooked this, as after knight takes b2, queen takes a3, black has a crushing attack. As king d2 is met by c takes d5, queen to e3, queen b4 check, king e2, and the bishops are simply attacking here. And this was the final mistake, as after bishop d4, queen d2, the bishop goes to c3, and now the queen comes in. And this was actually the one situation where Mateusz could equalize, which is absolutely crazy. So here, Amin actually missed an opportunity to strike with the move bishop b7 to put the bishop on the same diagonal as the king and rook and make the king even more uncomfortable, as after bishop b7 you simply prepare the move d4. And I guess the reason why it was not played, because after queen e2 you seem to be doing fine, stopping d4, bishop e4, but now you can just take bishop takes e4, and this is really good for black with the pair of bishops and the passed pawn on d4 simply winning. For some reason, bishop d2 was played, trying to get a hold of that queen, and here white missed an opportunity to equalize because queen e2 was possible. So rook b1 was played, and here the brilliant move queen takes b1, as after this sequence of moves, black is up 2 pawns and should be winning comfortably, especially as this is a same color bishop endgame. And well, we have seen a same color bishop endgame go wrong, but there, at least the material balance was not so wild, not wildly different. So here it's 2 pawns difference. Of course, one of the pawns is blocked now, but in any case, you can move the king to c7, play bishop b7, try to trade the bishops off, and then start pushing the pawn. But here, Amin went for the move h5, trying to undermine the pawn structure on the king side, as the pawns are doubled anyways. If white takes on h5, black is more than happy to go for this, because now the white pawns are super weak, and king hg7 can occur, taking that pawn, and etc. So, yeah. White is still trying, but it is looking like black is simply going to win this game. So with that being said, it's move 36 now. 4 more moves, so Amin still needs to make a few more moves, but it seems to be the case that this should be easily winning for black. Still gotta be careful that the king somehow doesn't go to d6 and somehow doesn't trade the bishops and allowing the pawn to move forward. But I think Amin has got it under full control. So let's take a look at the game of Gukash against Luke now. Thank you so much to Chess Queen for the rated party of 63 people. Thank you so much. Hope the stream was amazing. Welcome everyone. Welcome in. We are covering the London Chess Classic over here. A super exciting event with many decisive results. And I would love to... Okay, I'm not going to... say it in a too fancy way. I'm predicting that we will see 5 decisive games today. So far, we have had 2 decisive games, looking like the other games will also result in a decisive win for one side, except this game. This game is unclear yet, with lots of pieces left on the board. What happened in the last few moves? So, let's quickly rewind it, because the players are still spending some time here. Let's go back what we missed. So, as the bishop went back to b5, queen e2, we saw that bishop on b5 is very vulnerable. At some point, the bishop had to retreat. The knight went all the way back to d6. And now on e4, imagine, this knight went from g7 all the way to e4. That is a huge improvement. Bishop c2, a5, king g2. Knight takes e6. So eventually Gukash decided to take that bishop off the board, as yeah, there was not so much else to do, honestly. It's really difficult to proceed here, and he probably doesn't want to deal with that bishop as much, especially now that after bishop takes e4, d takes e4, the pawns are doubled. Now I wonder, oh yeah, of course, after knight takes e4, there's knight takes e6. So that was probably the idea behind this capture on e6. He wants to capture on e4 and force a double pawns on black's side. So now rook to c1, and funnily enough, the computer is really happy about black's position. I would say it's not so clear. You still need to make a lot of precise moves here. There are some threats in the position, and it's not very clear what black has to do here. But similarly for white has a bishop on h6 that seems to be lost. Now, it's not easy for black to try to get a hold of that bishop, but the bishop is simply out of the game for now, which makes me feel like that could be the deciding factor why black is doing more than fine. So the rooks have been traded off, queen takes d1 now, and what is the problem with bishop takes b2? Probably has to do with the fact that it allows knight takes e6. Probably. So you attack the knight on c5, the queen is under attack, and if you play queen here, you simply take, and after queen takes, you have, I wanted to say queen d8, but you even have the beautiful move queen b3, and you're not just winning the bishop, you're giving a checkmate on g7, so queen c6 on the board, defending that pawn on e6. And the players are in sort of time trouble. Queen c6, apparently a mistake. That is absolutely insane. What is wrong with the move queen c6? That's super hard to see, actually, because it looks logical to defend the pawn on e6, right? But the time is ticking low for the players. We're on move 31. The players have to make their 30-second move now. So 9 moves to make for the players with 5 and 3 minutes left on the clock, respectively. This is going to get very interesting. This is getting very interesting. Is g5 playable? Yeah, voluntarily trapping the bishop. Or do you mean from black? It's probably from black side, it's not very good because it allows knight h5. So from white's perspective, it gets really interesting because you just trap the bishop permanently on h6. But funnily enough, it seems to be good. Really difficult to understand why. But I'm sensing it has to do with the fact that there are some tactics in the position, as we saw just now. So g5, bishop takes b2. Essentially, white is saying, please take my pawn on b2. Please, por favor. I don't want this pawn because I am on that e6 pawn. So rook goes to c2. Let's say the bishop goes to e5 because it has to retreat, right? There's no better moves in the position, it seems like. Now there's knight takes e6, and you may think, okay, but what if queen takes e6? Because that's the reason why we played this move, queen c6, right? Well, now you take on c5, and after rook takes c5, now it is indeed checkmate. King f7 and checkmate on f8. So you may be wondering, indeed, why not simply bishop g7, right? So we simply captured this bishop because after king takes, there's rook takes c5. Same idea, but this time we're simply winning material as after queen takes c5, knight takes e6 comes with a fork. Check and losing the queen. And oh my goodness, b3 played by Gukash. Gukash missed this opportunity to strike with g5 and knight takes e6. He also missed it. b3 on the board, and now it is even again. So indeed, there are a lot of threats in the position, and I saw a suggestion in chat, what about bishop to e7? Because that is simply defending the knight on c5, right? Well, then you play queen d4, because I want to checkmate you on g7. And since the bishop is away from the diagonal, we are going to try to make this happen. Now, bishop f8, things get still interesting here, but you simply take. You simply take, and with the amount of threats in the position, it is simply over. King takes, and same shenanigans. Rook takes, we lose a knight, of course. So crazy that Gukash also missed this. Rook d8 is on the board, and it's now a peaceful game again. Yeah, g5 was such an odd move, right? But looking in hindsight, it actually made so much sense because this bishop, it has to leave. It has to leave, whether that is this diagonal or simply for the fact that it is covering d8. And that is why this bishop on f6 is so well placed. And for that reason, g5 had to be played, but he simply didn't make that move. He overlooked it, and it will be really interesting to hear what he may have missed. Or did he maybe not consider this move at all because it looks so strange? Given the fact that there's I would not call this inhuman sequence, to be honest. There's a lot of things that are inhuman. I would say that G5, considering G5 is inhuman, but once you see it and you calculate it through and through, it makes a lot of sense because there's so many tactics in the position, right? You have the pin ready. You have knight takes e6 screaming to be played. So perhaps with, let's say, if Gukash had, let's say, 20 minutes on the clock, he may have had the time to figure it out. But indeed, with 5 minutes on the clock, it is very difficult to go for such concrete lines, forcing lines, and calculation is required. And with 5 minutes, it may be a lot to ask. That's okay, Klimtgold. That's all good. But yeah, playing g5, maybe the consideration just did not appear at all, as he sees, okay, my pawn is under attack on b2, so okay, I don't have so much to choose from between, so I just play b3 because that seems safe. But yeah, this would have been a crazy sequence for sure. Maybe Miss Knight takes e6. Yeah, could be. Queen e2 is on the board, b6, and now we have a solid position. But once again, doubled pawns on the board. Permanent weakness for black. But at the same time, this bishop having a holiday on h6, not doing anything. Well, it's covering some squares. It's doing something there, but it looks also very, very weak. Imagine if we take all the pieces of the board. Imagine all those pieces are gone. G5 and this bishop is trapped. I don't think it's even losing in that position specifically, but just visualizing that terrifies me for a potential bishop endgame. But anyway, a3 is on the board, preparing to move b4, of course. The players are on move 34, so 6 more moves to be played. Hey Matthew, hello, welcome. Tragic blunder by Jules. Yes, absolutely. Crazy what happened. Who's gonna crack first, Luke or Gukash? My guess would be Luke, for the fact that he has simply a less pleasant position to play. I think practically speaking, this position is not very pleasant because it's hard to see what he can do here. After moves such as e5, he simply allows a queen check, so he has to figure out how to play e5 in a convenient way, but he does play queen d7, a very wise move, as he gets out of the pin on the c file, and after e5, queen c4 check, the king will move, and this knight is a little bit awkward on f4 now, so let's see how the players will fare in the time scramble. This is getting super exciting. The d3 square is nice, which is exactly why we're trying to attack this knight, right? But for the time being, with the knight on f3 covering d3, it's still all right for white, but you'd have to start attacking this pawn on e4. So let's say queen c4, because after knight d3, we'll be able to capture this pawn, for example. Okay, not just yet, because there's a rook hanging. So you have to move the rook first. But yeah, I just wanted to illustrate you need to try to attack this pawn so that the knight won't be able to move. But given the situation here, knight d3 is actually going to happen on next move, probably. It may just happen. So now Gukash is thinking what to do. He probably realizes knight e3 isn't coming. He does play the move queen c4, funnily enough, but what will he do after the move knight to d3? What will he do there? Because allowing a passed pawn is far from ideal. You could even consider taking with the queen, but I would prefer with... Actually, queen takes will drop the pawn. It's not a good idea. So e takes d3, passed pawn over here. As soon as the other pawn enters on e4, this looks really bad for white. Thanks, Matthew. Thank you. Hey, Gareth, welcome. Black Friday mood. So yeah, 50 seconds on the clock for Luke. Time is ticking. 6 more moves left. Let's have a look at the camera. Only 2 games remain, by the way, but we will take a look at the other games in a moment. But this is the crucial game as the players are in time scramble and anything can happen in this situation. 93 is indeed on the board. What will Gukash do now? Both players seem to be too relaxed given their time situation. They seem too relaxed. I would be very stressed. Okay, maybe you can argue that Luke seems stressed, but even for someone that is down to a minute on the clock, he seems very focused and, yeah, calm. Rook d1 is on the board. Pinning that knight. What happens after this check? Gukash is really clever, guys, because after pawn takes, you may think, oh no, my rook. But then there's a checkmate. Queen takes e6, queen takes, and queen g7, checkmate. So Gukash is really clever by playing rook d1. He's essentially saying, you're not taking my knight on f4. Well, you still can, but you can't take my rook. And he's confident that he will be able to convert this to a really nice advantage as the pawn e4 is hanging. And so many threats in position. The pawns are super vulnerable. So let's see. With 30 seconds on the clock, what is Luke going to play here? Not so easy. The pawn on e4 is hanging. This is not a fun position to be in with such little time on the clock. 20 seconds for Luke. Oh gosh. This is looking stressful. This is stressful. He's hovering over. He takes on f4, which is a huge mistake. He does play this move because he was not able to find what else to do, as a pawn on e4 is hanging and the pawn on e6 as well. And now it is Gukash who is winning in the game. And that goes to show, guys, time trouble. This is classic time trouble situation. And I was simply waiting for knight takes f4 to happen. It is such an obvious move to play, right? So obvious to play. Especially when you only have 1 minute on the clock. You don't have so much to calculate. So indeed, the move to play was king f7 to try to protect everything, especially the pawn on e6. But with 1 minute on the clock, not easy to find. And now after queen e8, so this is the move, the line he calculated probably as the pawn on e4 is now hanging, but he is at least not getting checkmated as of now. Funnily enough, white does have the move queen to d4. Because if you defend the square g7, which is the checkmate square, queen e7, bishop g5, and you capture the bishop. If queen f7, you capture the bishop. So will he find queen to d4? He does. He plays the move queen d4. He does not take the pawn. He's not interested in this. Queen to d4, and Gukash is simply winning. e5 is the only move to try to stop this checkmate, but after e5 you have another check available, and after king h8, f takes e5, and you just enjoy a completely winning position. The pawn moves forward, the king is very vulnerable, and this is over for Luke McShane. Taking something with check is bad. Moving your king into danger is good. Absolutely. And that is why this move king f7 was difficult to play. And by the way, there we see Malcolm Payne on the camera feed watching the game of Gukash. He always tunes in when it gets exciting, guys. As soon as a mistake has happened, Malcolm appears. He's probably like going, or he's unlucky for certain players, maybe. Yeah, this is classic time trouble. It was so obvious, you know, to take on f4. It's just the one move you consider, and that is exactly what happened. Malcolm Payne is the organizer of this event. He's international master from England. He is a well-known author, and he has organized many of those events. So he is a familiar name in the chess community. And he is very funny. He's very funny. He always cracks me up. It's a defensive move. It does feel very scary to play king f7. Like, I would not feel comfortable playing king f7, right? But yeah. where was a mistake made? Just to quickly rewind what just happened, everyone. So here, knight d3 was played, rook to d1, and with 1 minute on the clock, Luke played the move knight takes f4. So the move that he had to play was king f7 to defend everything, make sure that e6 is not hanging, and then on the next move he could consider taking on f4. But he overlooked something in this line as knight takes f4 ran into some issues. For those who are wondering what's wrong with taking the rook, queen takes e6, and after king h8, it is simply checkmate. So that is why the rook was not hanging. Queen e8 was moved, rook takes d8, bishop takes d8, queen d4, and e5. Queen d5, and now we are past the 14th move, and at the same time, we see a resignation. Gukash has won his game. What a thriller in time trouble, and it's just, you sit waiting for a move to happen. You watch the game, the players have a minute on the clock, and you just know that knight takes f4 is going to happen. You just know. And we happen to know that this is a mistake, but of course the players don't realize this at the board. But as I made knight takes f4 move out on the board, it was showing that it's completely losing, and I was thinking in my head, this is just going to happen because it's such an obvious move. But this is how Gukash wins his game, and he's still in contention to win the tournament. Well, he would have had better chances had Jules Moussard not lost his game today, but he's still fighting, and with now 4 points for Gukash, half a point behind Michael Adams, who has 4.5 points out of 6. Gukash has still chances to win the tournament, but he has to win the tournament in order to qualify for the candidates. With that being said, guys, we have one more game going on, and where did the advantage of Nikita Vityukov go? Where did it go? This is absolutely crazy. What just happened? The players just arrived on the 14th move, so they got 30 minutes added to the clock, but this game was seemingly winning for white. What happened? So rook e1 was played, queen h2, trying to take that pawn on h5, of course, a4 to try to push some pawns on the queen side, of course. We tried to make a queen. And here is where things started to go down. Queen takes h5, a5, queen h4, rook e4, queen f2. All right, this all makes sense, rook c4. But here, the one move that he played here, queen h3, is losing him the advantage. This is crazy. Queen h3. And now bishop f8. This is absolutely insane. I would not expect this move to be so bad. Queen h3. The 14th move, by the way. Classic 14th move mistake. But it's difficult to see why queen h3 is so bad because yeah, you simply retreat the queen, you want to play rook h4, but now the problem is that after rook h4, you have bishop g7, so this is not making any progress. Instead, I think what should have been played was rook c8, trading the rooks, and after king g7, you're simply winning this position because your pawn is moving forward really fast. So queen c6, just to make sure that you defend your pawn on f3, and then a6, queen b7, a7, and that pawn is moving fast. You may wonder why not queen b7. I wonder too. Bishop d8, a6, bishop b6 is, I guess, unpleasant. So yeah, you don't really want to attack that bishop just yet. You want to keep an eye on that pawn because that is also a weakness. So that is also true, guys. So Anish Giri and Gukash are playing more tournaments this month. It may seem that the year is over, but this month is far from over. A lot of tournaments are still happening this end of the year. So we will know who is qualified to the candidates on the 1st of January. So until then, essentially you just have to tick off a day of the calendar right now to wait when we know who is playing in the candidates. So until the 1st of January, it remains unknown. Even if Gukash wins this tournament, it is still unclear. Crazy race for FIDE candidates qualifications. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks so much, Molo 70V. Thank you so much. Last day of World Weapon Blitz. Right. Will I stream Fugagashima Memorial? Probably not after this tournament. I believe it's ending very quickly, right? I believe after this tournament I have a lot of appointments to attend, so I won't be able to stream it, but I'll take a look. Maybe I'll consider it. But I'm not sure. Queen d7 and then rook c7 doesn't work. I would actually want to play this really badly. I think queen d7 runs into bishop takes g5. Oh no, then you run into rook c check and you lose. Okay, I thought that by, you know, trying to get bishop takes g5 happen on the board, you threaten checkmate, right? So that's why. But apparently there's queen takes f3. This is pretty crazy. So you threaten some queen d3 move. I mean, this is absolutely insane, right? Queen takes e7, queen d3 check, rook c2, and rook c8, and you would just win the rook. But not easy to spot. It feels very natural to play queen d7, but queen h3, playing it safe, but now bishop f8, and Nikita Vityugov is spending his time as their players have reached move 40. And this position is far from clear. Shreya Zorial coming back in the game now. Anything can happen. It's very unclear what is going on in this game. Welcome, Shahir. Welcome to the broadcast. Will you stream only this tournament? Yeah, this is the official broadcast of the London Chess Classic. So until Sunday, I am commentating on this tournament. But after that, I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet what to do after that. See you, James Over. Thanks for joining. Gamma Java, hello. By the way, so the players have reached move 40. Let us take a look at how the game between Mateusz Bartel and Amin Tabatabai ended, as this game was still we left off when it was still going on. Yeah, this was a heartbreaker for Mateusz Bartel, who basically lost his game, and here he had the final opportunity to come back by playing queen e2 and just sit and wait and hold. But I'm guessing that he got scared of queen c3, as that is attacking that bishop on d3 and difficult to see how to defend. But after rook d1, you're taking that bishop on d2. So after bishop takes, let's say, you take on d2, and this seems to be equal. I would think that this is checkmate had I not if I had not access to the eval bar. But this looks like it's heading to checkmate. But funnily enough, after king e1, there's no checkmate to be seen. So that was the one opportunity that Mateusz had to equalize, but he played move rook b1, and after queen takes b1, we ended up in this bishop endgame, and this was pretty straightforward. Oh, that was the wrong key. That was pretty straightforward. h5 was played, g5, e5 check. After f takes e5, black would get another passed pawn on the h file, and that would have simply been too much with two passed pawns. And this one is not going anywhere. This one is not going anywhere. This is simply losing. So king went back, f takes g5, f takes, and after h6, it was enough for Mateusz, who resigned here, as Amin simply played this endgame in a phenomenal way. So really good conversion by Amin. Slight slip along the way as the players were lower on the clock, but still a very nice win for Amin, who has been having some up and down games, but at the same time, he was also slightly worse in the beginning. Remember, in this position, we go back to the beginning where he was in this position, and here he spent 34 minutes with his hands in his head, not knowing what to do, and it was just a really difficult position for him. With those doubled H pawns on the board, unclear what he could do, but he managed to figure it out, confuse his opponent, and actually distract his opponent with those pawns over here. So really good job by Amin Tabatabai winning his game. And yeah, having now 3.5 points actually. 3.5 out of 6. Thank you so much, Balsasop. I appreciate it. Thank you. stream World Rapid Championships also. Oh, thank you so much. But what if I were to be playing there, guys? Would you guys prefer to see me play there or commentate? You have to be honest. You have to be honest here. Play, of course. I'm waiting for YouTube chat to answer too. It will be really funny if YouTube chat is completely opposite of Twitch chat. Commentate. Classic. Commentary. That's so funny. That is really funny. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I take it as a compliment. Oh gosh, this makes it even more difficult. Play. Okay, there's one person in the YouTube chat saying play. Yeah, YouTube chat is trying to make me retired. Difficult. Holidays are for the family. Yeah, it is a difficult time. Let's, by the way, go back to the game between Nikita Vityugov and Tria Zoria. Let's keep this on. Play and broadcast. So I'm very certain that broadcasting it in the World Rapid Blitz Championships is super difficult. I think they're super strict, so that's why I won't be able to broadcast it, but I typically do try to broadcast my games when I play myself, so yeah, that's what I try to do, but in many tournaments it's not allowed, or you can't have a camera on, etc., but if I were to be playing in a World Rapid Blitz, I would certainly want to record my game, so you can still see the emotions and stuff. Thank you, Negataro. Thank you so much. Thank you, Master Hatch. I appreciate it. I enjoy commentating a lot. It feels like I'm refreshing my enthusiasm for chess, because when you play, you're in a tournament. When you're playing, it's really stressful. It's hard to get very enthusiastic when you're playing, but when you're commentating, you're not the one playing. I can say whatever I want, but I don't have to worry about much. Maybe a few angry chatters that will say, what is this girl talking about? But I can make moves how many I want, and I won't run into some troubles. Whereas in the game, if I play this one horrible move, I'm gonna lose. So that's why it's much more relaxing to commentate, and it makes me more excited because so much happens and you're essentially backseating, but I try to be nice, of course. I don't speak Russian. I've been trying Duolingo, but my parents speak Russian, and I kind of regret never picking up on it, but they never taught me, and once they were trying to teach me, I got at an age that I didn't want to learn Russian anymore. So, yeah, unfortunate. Ja, ni понимаю. But I can say a few words/sentences, so. Anna the Rebel, yeah. Yeah, I remember very well. I was 8 or 7 years old, and I refused to learn Russian. I'm simply not interested. Did I learn my English? Oh, thank you so much for the nice comment. I learned my English just in the Netherlands, where yeah, Dutch is really similar to English. It's not very different, but at the same time, streaming has helped me a lot. I was really bad at my speaking skills in English, so streaming has helped me a lot. Practice helps a lot, and I still struggle from time to time to find the right words, but at least I can form some sentences, and oftentimes I already realized that what I said was grammatically wrong, but you just continue and move on and try to not do the same mistake next time. To this day, I'm still being told that I make certain mistakes in my sentences, and I just can't help it. It's just in my system. Russian is hard to learn, yeah. I know Georgian, which I think is grammatically very similar to Russian, but it's still very difficult because I don't know any grammar rules in Georgian. I just know how to speak the language as I, speak it since I am very young. Never stop talking. There's always something to say, right? Chinese. Oh, I wish I knew that many diverse languages, but I know Dutch, English, and Georgian, and we'll see what happens later on. There's a lot of chess players actually that know many languages, so yeah, I hope to be one of them too. Yeah, so we actually see a few moves happen in this game as rook c8 was played, and now queen takes f3. And for some reason, this is not winning. And the reason why is because of this weak king on b1. And at the same time, there is a passed pawn on e5 as well. So you may think that this pawn is going places, but after queen e4 check, queen c2, this pawn is not able to move forward. You just centralize the queen. If there's one thing you need to keep in mind, guys, in a queen endgame, centralize your queen. If I knew this rule, if I knew this one very important rule, I may have won a queen endgame that I managed to draw and yeah, not convert to a winning position. I was completely winning, but the one thing I didn't do was centralizing the queen, which was a huge mistake, and I managed to draw that winning position. So centralizing the queen, super important in the queen endgames. And in this situation as well, as this is simply stopping a7. As soon as the queen leaves, trying to protect that pawn, supported to go to the promotion square, you face a check. And after queen c7, it's even worse because you allow queen e3 check, which allows the pawn to be captured, and then you're simply losing. So yeah. The speed of picking up lines, I would thank my years of doing puzzles. Yeah. Also, streaming has helped me a lot to think quickly. Because in my classical games, I may even be slower with my moves than Grishuk, for example. I'm very slow. But in commentary, it's just like all the thoughts are going through my mind and I'm just verbalizing it, and it's working out. But thank you so much for the nice comments. Hey Fan, welcome, hello. Yes, Afrikaans is very close to Dutch. I always think that, you know, in Dutch we say Afrikaans the way, like we say the language also, we call it Afrikaans. So every time I think, oh, that's like Dutch, but then it's slightly different, but it's very similar, yeah. Would you take the draw if you were Shreyas? Oh, good question, actually. Would I take the draw or would I continue here? So a6 is on the board. Depending on what the opponent does, I guess. But if my opponent does not allow me to do much here, I guess, let's say queen here. Is queen d3 a move? No, king a2 and the pawn is running. Wow. I feel like the evaluation is very deceiving, guys. Because it feels like one wrong move and it's over. One move that is not the right move, simply over. By the way, queen d3 check, you can, if you play queen c2, you just take the pawn. So queen d3 check seems like a very logical move. The draw that the computer is giving is queen b5, which is absolutely insane. I have a really difficult time understanding this. I guess queen a4 check is the threat, but hard to say what's happening here. But I think he'll try to continue as long as he can keep an eye on that pawn on a6. Black is fine, because once that pawn is stopped, these pawns are moving forward real fast. Really, MMFA. That's interesting. I'll keep that in mind. That's interesting. You speak Russian? Awesome. Anna, ты очень красива. Oh, спасибо большое. My parents are home, so if they hear that, they will be like, Anna. Because my parents don't really speak English. They can understand maybe, but hard to follow along, especially if you speak fast, right? So yeah. You all have to pay yourself for the hotels and everything. Generally speaking, yeah. So the top players get invited. They get a lot of conditions. It really depends, but top players usually get a lot of conditions. They get their hotel paid, or even flight tickets get paid. And of course, there's a huge prize on for top players. But for people like me who are, I'm titled, but I'm not good enough, I oftentimes don't get conditions. I have gotten conditions only a few times, and that was with the helps of a friend, so it's difficult. So this is on the board, Queen C2 now. Let's see what black decides to do. Interesting take, Garth. Interesting take. Ooh, we see some progress. Shreyas is going for it, guys. Shreyas is absolutely going for it. He plays Queen E8. Just covering everything on the queen side, stopping that pawn altogether, and now D5. Really strong move. And Shreyas is saying, I'm not done yet. I'm opening up my bishop and moving the pawns forward. Queen B5. So that is threatening to move Queen B7, guys. You have to be careful here. But okay, after Queen B7, you take, Bishop D6, right? You just stop the pawn. Good night, Screws. Thanks for joining. Shreyas is on his way for GM norm, but with the 2 losses he's had so far in the tournament, he is having less chances to get to his GM norm. He needs 2.5 points more out of 4 games, which is not an easy task in this competition. So, can he find a way to get an advantage in this game? Or is it simply going to end in a peaceful draw? Well, not very peaceful. It was a little bit messy along the way, but a really nice save for the time being for this young talent from England. English is hard, it is. English is a difficult language. Hello, Animal Cherry channel. Hello, good evening. Good evening. Royal is on, let's take a look, 1.5 out of 6. He had such a great start. He had such an amazing start, beating Amin Tabatabai in the early rounds. But ever since, he has been struggling a little bit with tough losses against the strong players. But so far in the tournament, we can conclude that he has been doing really well. And we're really proud of him for trying his best and making it this far in the competition, where he's facing players 200 plus rating above him. Shreyas' next game is against Gukash. Oh, that's a very exciting one. Who do you think will win this tournament? Oh. See, if you asked it before the round, I would say Michael Adams. But now that Michael Adams barely won today's game, he was supposed to lose, I'm still going to say Michael Adams because I feel like luck is really on his side, especially after today. Because if he can win today's game, it means he can win anything. So I think Adams is going to win. But anything can still happen, right? Putting you on the spot. I'm just trying to... Yeah. I don't know how to call it. It's yeah, if you asked me before this game, I was 100% sure about Michael Adams. Now I'm not so sure, but at the same time, if he can win today's game, then he can win any game in this tournament. So he has been doing really well. Generally, this tournament, he's been really doing well. He did give up on winning against Gukash, which was unfortunate for him. But yeah, today he had a really nice win. Hydrate, my tea is not very hot anymore. How much of home advantage plays into chess? Quite a bit, I think. Quite a bit. As you don't have to travel so much, you're in a familiar, more or less familiar environment, and yeah, like the local players know London probably very well, right? So I think it can help a lot, but it shouldn't be 100% determining the tournament situation. Not that much. It reminds me of the tournament that I played in the Dutch Women's Championship when it was held in Groningen, which is the other way of the country for me. So I had to travel 3 hours by train. And what was even worse is that there were 2 rest days. So to save money, I had to travel back 3 hours. And then 2 days later, another 3 hours. So that tournament was also conveniently won by Machtel, not discrediting her skills, but basically all of the players had to travel far, except the winner, who was Machtel. She lives in Groningen, so it was for her a home game, and the rest had to travel from far, had to figure out food every single day. For me, it was quite a struggle because there was no full board available. I had to figure out food every single day, and when you're playing a game of chess, you don't really want to be doing this. So, 3 hours isn't that bad. It's not the worst, but it's definitely very time consuming, and yeah, it just wasn't so nice to travel so much within the country. So yeah, less risk of food poisoning. That's also a good point. My all-time favorite player. I've always said it's Magnus Carlsen and Judith Polgar. Like when I would always choose one man and one woman. So yeah, Magnus Carlsen and Judith Polgar have always been just amazing to me. When I was growing up, they were at the top of the leaderboard, so I looked up to them a lot. So yeah. What I'm drinking, this is tea, but it's not hot anymore, so it's just sort of iced tea. No, I've never played against either, actually. No, I haven't played against either. Tough. By the time I got stronger and I got my WIM title and FM title, Judith had already retired long ago. So that was really sad. The leaderboard in the women's category, you don't have to look into it so much. Of course she wasn't first in the world. That would have been world news. Tea with milk? No. Oh, okay. Wait. I shouldn't be saying this on the broadcast. That is on such a tournament. Tea with milk. Great. I hope so, Jit. I hope so. Anyways, guys. So this game is going on, and it's probably going on for some time as the players are fighting. Both players want to win this game, and after queen b7, you have the opportunity to simply play bishop c5. It does drop the pawn on d5, so I wonder, okay, of course you just take. I keep thinking that queen b7 forces you know, a position where black is really unpleasant, but you can just take and bishop d6. I keep thinking that bishop d6 is not possible, but if this is on the board, black is suddenly ahead with the 2 center pawns. moving forward. So queen a7 on the board. This game seems to be going down the wire, and that is why, guys, we're going to take a short break. As all the other games have finished, we're going to give the players some time to spend. They're on around 20 minutes on the clock, so let's see how the game proceeds. For now, guys, stick around. Make sure to stick around as we are heading to a break. And after the break, the action continues on the London Chess Classic. The final game is in progress, and really excited to see if this game also decides and ends in a decisive result, or we see a draw happen. And funnily enough, the final game that ended a draw, as all the other 4 games ended in decisive results. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly with the coverage of the London Chess Classic. See you in a bit.
So the aim of Chess Fest is to show that chess is something for everyone, something for all the family, children as well as adults. But on Sunday, we're going to have an extravaganza at Trafalgar Square. We're taking over the square, and my thanks to the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, for giving it to me. I have to say it's quite a coup for the charity, and we'll have over 1,000 people in the square playing giant chess. We have 32 actors on a giant chessboard who'll be recreating the Immortal game. Now, the Immortal game was the greatest game of chess ever played back in 1851. It was played, in fact, we think, just down the road at Simpson's in the Strand. And the actors will be playing these moves on a giant board, relayed to screens for people, and will also be playing a special game, which we've created just especially for Chess Fest, which portrays the theme of Chess Fest, which is Alice Through the Looking Glass.
And it's a checkmate!
Okay, Dom, you've got to move quickly. The rook goes in the middle. How do you think you do it?
Not so well.
Playing quick games is not a very good way to get good at chess. You need to play long games. You need to study tactics.
Hello, Woody Harrelson here in upstate New York. I'm filming White House Plumbers with Justin Theroux and England's own Lena Headley, who plays my wife. I'm not going to say anything more about that because I hate shameless promotion, but let me just say welcome to Chess Fest at Trafalgar Square. My first move is very unpredictable, E4.
So one of the ideas behind Chess Fest is that it's replicable. You can have a Chess Fest anywhere, and there is, in fact, while we're in Trafalgar Square, another Chess Fest going on in Liverpool. And one of the activities that we'll be doing is playing children from Trafalgar Square against children from Liverpool via the internet on an internet chess website called Lee Chess, and that should be an interesting match. I'm hoping that that will inspire other cities to do a Chess Fest next year, say. We're also having a match between Tani Adewumi, who is a Nigerian chess prodigy who lives in New York, and Shreyas Royal, who is the UK's #1 chess prodigy.
I'm Shreyas, I'm 12 years old, and I am the top under 16 from the UK. On the 18th of July, I will be playing in Trafalgar Square against Tani from the USA.
What have you been learning here?
Well, how to checkmate with a rook and a king.
children have been clamouring to learn chess. I get requests from every year group about chess. I'm convinced that the strategy, the discussion, the enjoyment, the game playing all have something to add and will in fact enhance the children's attainments in other subject areas.
We have learned bishops, pawns, queens, and that's all.
Next, after Queens, we're learning about Knights, and these are probably the most difficult. With CSC, we follow a curriculum, which I think is fantastic, because the way that the curriculum works up, step by step, small bit by small bit, really helps the children digest it, and I think they can understand it a lot easier that way. The lessons that I did today, that was only their 6th lesson in each class. They were giving moves that more advanced players may even struggle with. I mean, they were giving moves where the Queen was attacking more than one pawn when they've never learned about a Queen before. That's really good. So that kind of tells me that they're really understanding what we've done so far.
Well, in Hungary we made a very big step from starting from 2013. Chess will be a choosable subject from September in every school. The school can decide whether they choose chess as a skill development. Here in England, chess in schools and communities, charity is doing a very good job. So I do hope that in the near future I can also say the same numbers as they can.
The lesson you just saw was their first full game of chess. We build it up gradually, you know, from pawn games to rook games, knight games, bishop games, so that they get to know how the pieces move. If you capture this pawn, she will use her pawn to capture your knight. And that's not good, that's not a good trade, but you can capture... Yes, exactly. She's only just learned, but she can understand it.
I like when you're moving your objects and then you actually get the other person's objects. And even when you get checkmate, you win. You need to think of ways in your mind you can get the king to win.
I think it teaches them how to reason. It's because of the puzzles involved. Like when we started with the pawn game, it's a very simple game where you have to get your pawn to the back rank, the first. And so they start to learn how to think ahead. And so it gives them an idea of how to concentrate and how to think ahead. The form teacher told me that they're better behaved now. And that is very encouraging. You know, she told me they're more attentive, you know. Sometimes she used chess as a reward. So if you're naughty, they won't be able to play chess.
The thinking ahead has benefits in terms of problem solving in maths. The fact that you're playing with someone and focusing on the board builds relationships within the class. It can be surprising actually which children achieve in chess. We've had 1 or 2 children who've been really struggling in other areas who actually have turned out to be extremely good at chess. And that can be very, very good for somebody's self-esteem and self-confidence, which again has a knock-on in other areas.
Well, it's always nice to see the results immediately. I mean, these kids come and make our moves for us. And it's quite an enjoyable session always. So far I haven't been involved in a greater way, but I'm involved in a similar project in India. We call it the Mind Champions Academy. And it's wonderful to see that chess in schools and communities is doing something very similar here in the UK.
All right, everyone, we are back with the coverage of the London Chess Classic, as right now there's only one game going on, and we see right now that Shreyas just blundered. He blundered as he was playing super well, and we have to look what is going on. So for those who are just tuning in, welcome. We are commentating on the London Chess Classic. This is round 6, and 4 games have already decided, and they decided in decisive results, so we had 4 wins today, but the final game is still going on, and we may see another decisive results, everyone. Let's take a look what just happened. What did we miss? We left off around here, where black played the move d5, queen b5 was played, and queen a7. So bishop went to d2, slowly activating the bishop. The pawn went forward, because after queen takes e5, what would have happened after this move? You are losing the pawn on a6, but is there more to it? I guess allowing d3 is not a good idea. But even then, queen takes a6, queen takes d4, queen f1 seems to be giving lots of checks. The bishop goes to g7, so why would you want to do this with white if you're trying to win here? Bishop goes to a5, queen to a8, bishop b6, queen to e4, d3, so Shreyas pushing the pawns down the board, and now queen to d4, which is apparently a huge mistake, allowing the move bishop c3. And after queen e3, it is now white who is completely winning. But how? How is this completely winning? Because black is trying to push the pawn, and how does white stop this? You have queen a5 to stop this. At the same time, queen a5 also prepares a pawn push. But after queen a5, at least you can play bishop c5 to stop the pawn. And the bishop can go to d4. If you go to d4, that gets very fishy, because the pawn will simply start pushing. So not a good idea. But yeah, it is looking quite difficult for black. Black is, of course, trying to capture that pawn as well. In case of a capture on e5, it will be winning for black now. Winning is maybe a stretch, because, okay, black is promoting, but so is white. So we will have another pair of queens, but this should be a draw. So let's just return to the current position. This is absolutely insane. And still very complicated. But this bishop is now active. It used to be on c1, so very clever maneuvering by Nikita Vitiugov to put the bishop on c3. And now it is more active, and after moves such as e4, you will simply face queen e5, and lots of trouble on the king side all of a sudden appears. So now it's white's turn. White has to make a move. You can't play a7 just yet, so perhaps preparing it with queen a4 or queen a5 is a good idea. But what is next? What comes after that? Bishop c5. What happens now? Not so easy. Do you have a check all of a sudden? Maybe you can simply get on f6 and then take with the bishop on e5. And similarly, you're threatening checkmate, so this is also losing. Tough game for Shreyas. Exactly. So the reason why queen e4 is not good, because it allowed bishop c3. So indeed, queen e3 first was the important move to play for black here, to not allow bishop c3 freely. Shreyas perhaps was worried about bishop b6. That is my guess, as it does seem to be very disturbing. But at the same time, he went to d4. Maybe he didn't like bishop b6. That could have been part of the problem. But even then, even then, you still can control the light squares, right? So yeah. Tough position. Really tough position. Hey, Guns Blazing, hello! Unfortunately for Hans, he lost his game today. Andrei Volokitin showed up and showed everyone what he's capable of. He's had a rough first half of the tournament with losing 2 very crucial games, and he was just going down pretty easily, especially on the clock. So he came back and he showed us a masterpiece, a positional masterpiece. So if you haven't checked the game out of Hans yet, you should totally do that, because it is such a crazy game where Andrei Volokitin sacrificed exchange, and Hans's rooks were unable to stop the pawns and stop all the threats in the position, and positionally it was completely crushing. So that was a really good job by Andrei Volokitin, a really nice game, and that really showed his true skills. Hans played today with the black pieces. He opted for the Berlin once again. This time it was a different variation where you don't force the draw, but the game goes on, and after some inaccurate moves played by Hans, Andrei was ready to strike and just showed us an amazing game. Hey Erle, welcome, hello. How are things going on in tourney? Going well. Today we have 4 decisive results, and we may see the 5th one coming in very soon. So it was going well for Shreyas for a long time, as in he was worse for the longest time, but in the end game he was able to recover, and around move 40, Nikita made a mistake causing his advantage to go down, and all of a sudden Shreyas had an equal position again. But just now Shreyas made a huge blunder, queen d4, allowing bishop c3, and after queen e3, black is simply in trouble as this pawn is going fast, and this pawn can be stopped easily. So with this bishop being more active than this bishop, the game may be decided very soon. This is the only game left in the tournament, guys. So this is the game between Nikita Vityugov and Shreyas Royal. Shreyas, the only international master in the tournament, is trying to get that GM norm, but he will need 2.5 more points. And in 4 games, that is a difficult task, especially now that he is in a losing position. So seems to be that a GM norm is not going to happen in this tournament anymore, but regardless, he has shown tremendous perseverance against the strong 2600s, 2700s even, as Shreyas managed to beat none other than Amin Tabatabai, who is currently on 3.5 points. So he doesn't even have a bad tournament at all, but Shreyas played amazing chess against Amin. So unfortunately for Shreyas, he has lost 2 games before the rest day, and that was simply too much, as he could not afford to lose those games. But now that he's also losing this game, it is not looking good for his GM norm. Gukash was doing fine for the longest time, but all of a sudden, in time trouble, his opponent went for the wrong approach and made a huge mistake. And Gukash punished this very easily, and Gukash managed to win his game. So currently, Gukash is 0.5 point behind the leader. Again, Michael Adams is ahead. So anything can still happen, but there's only 3 rounds left after this round. So we'll have to see what happens in the last 3 games. The sacrifice of Musa versus Gukash, absolutely insane game. And of course, we have been watching every single game so far, as we are doing official commentary on this channel. But yeah, Jules Musa played amazing chess against Gukash, and that was quite a heartbreaker for Gukash. The tiebreak system. All right, since we have so much time left on our hands, let me try to pull up. Ooh, a slight mistake, a slight slip from Nikita Vityugov. Still better, but ooh, it's getting interesting. It's getting interesting. Queen d5 on the board, trying to stop d2. Let me try to pull up the tiebreak system. Let me try to pull up. I have a... Let me try. Where do I have that again? I should be able to pull that up in a second. Let me take a look where I have the tiebreak system. Where do I have this? I thought I had it somewhere, but I need to find where I left this, as I I really thought I had it on I had it. I was sent it somewhere, but I have to check. I'll try to take a look at it, as we have a lot of time on our hands now. So let me double check real quick. Okay. Okay, I have it on my PC. No, I don't have, I need to install it. I need to download it. You see? Let's take a look. So the tiebreak system. So all prize money is divided equally between players with the same final score, and there will be no tiebreak matches for any position other than the first place. So if there's a tie for first place, there will be a playoff match comprising 2 games of 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment. If this ends 1-1, there will be 2 games of 3 plus 2 seconds. If this ends in a 1-1 tie, the title will be decided by an Armageddon game with 7 minutes for white and 5 minutes for black, plus 1 second after move 60. The prize money will still be split, but the winner of the tiebreak match for first will be awarded the trophy. Where first place is tied among more than 2 players, there will be no match, and following tiebreaks will be used. First one being direct encounter, greater number of victories with black, greater number of games with black, and Sonneborn-Berger score. So I hope to have informed you well about the tiebreak rules in this tournament. But once again, for those who are wondering, for the Gukash fans out there, Gukash needs to win this tournament, the sole lead, in order to have enough points to be ahead in the 3-day Grand Prix circuit. So that is, just so you know, that is the case. Still plus 4 higher defs. I'm very fortunate to have this engine that is showing us lies. It does seem very good. I mean, it stops D2, right? So why wouldn't it be good? The Armageddon match seems crazy for a tournament. Yeah. Well, fortunately, it's not, there's not a lot at stake, right? The prize money will still be split. It is just for the title so that it will be announced that this person is the winner. And I really liked it a lot that we are just playing for a title here. It's still very important, right? To win the tournament. But yeah, at least the prize money won't be split. I really like that. It will be split, I mean, sorry. Hey, Rookie, welcome, hello. Just for the glory. Magnus would win, but both colors here. Probably. Yeah, it doesn't change the prizes, exactly. So you're just playing for the title. And I guess the title is pretty important. I mean, it hits very differently when you have won the tournament instead of, oh, you finished second, you know? Whereas you did share first place, but on tiebreak you lost or something. I think it will matter a lot when it comes to invitations or, I don't know, just achievements, you know, stuff like that. But maybe the players are like, whatever. Yeah, bragging rights. I would like to have the bragging right of saying, I won this tournament. That is a pretty cool bragging right. Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate it. Queen F4 is on the board. So Shreyas is trying really hard to make that repetition happen, guys. Really hard. Because now if, let's say, Bishop takes E5, this is a complete, not even a draw. It's even losing because D2 is coming. I just wanted to illustrate what happens if anything else other than the queen takes d3, but apparently any other move is simply a draw, simply losing. But if a7, maybe it's a draw. Yeah, after a7, that is a draw. So that way he is essentially avoiding a7. He is stopping that from happening. But indeed, queen takes d3, simply stopping any sort of checks. So he will be losing that pawn, and then he will rely on that pawn on e5 solely. But that is not looking good for black. You can give a check, but you're running out of checks. And here, actually queen d4 already. Ugh. And nobody's stopping that pawn anymore on a6. I was right, all decisive. At the cost of Shreyas, unfortunately, but yeah, I really like seeing 5 decisive results. What can I say? No command. We have exclam format, and then you can go on the link in chat. You can follow all the information about the tournament. Just so you guys know, we can quickly go to the standings. Let me see if they're updated. Yeah, they're updated. Ooh, that's amazing. But here we have the standings, everyone. So Michael Adams is leading with 4.5 points. He won his game today in a very lucky way, but we take those, of course. And Gukash is right behind there with 4 points. Also won today. Very nice game. And Amin, who also won today, is on 3.5 points. After that, we have Jules Moussard and Hans Niemann, as well as Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bartel with 3 points. And then finally, Nikita Vitiugov with 2 points, Shreya Zoryal and Luke McShane with 1.5. But one game still going on. If Nikita Vitiugov wins this game, he still has a chance to finish high in the tournament, as he will join the 3-pointers in the tournament. He's been having a difficult time this tournament thus far, as he has been spoiling winning games. Remember the one he had against Gukash? That was not supposed to end in a draw there, but it still did. So, how did Mickey won that game? That's a question that everybody is wondering. That should not have happened, but it did happen. Jules simply made the one move that was allowing Black to stop all the threats. It was absolutely incredible how he allowed this to happen, and that was it. Mistakes were made. He made a brilliant move, and then suddenly the next move he made a blunder. That's how chess goes. Thank you so much, Turks. I appreciate it. I'm happy to hear that. Is it Jules hanging out in the playing hall? Oh, I missed it, but maybe he was around. Maybe he was around. So anyways, this game continues. The king is on a hike, went to b3. And what's next? What is next? What can Black possibly do? Wait, the pawn was not captured. Ah, so king b3 instead. So the pawn was not captured. Very interesting. King to b3, queen f1. So the pawn is now defended. And once again, if you play a7, queen d1 check, and the king has to go back to a2. If king c4, this doesn't feel right. I mean, first of all, you have some check here taking the pawn. Yeah, I guess you can just take that pawn. You lose e5, but at least you're still in the game, right? So it's a little risky to go king b3, because at any moment it may go out of hand with the 2 pawns in the center here. Taking that pawn was definitely a good idea, to make sure that, you know, the pawns are not going to move forward. You never know where this pawn is heading to. You think I can sing nicely? That's actually funny you mentioned. I used to sing when I was younger, but I'm not very good. Ooh, a lot of checks are happening. Wait a second. Okay, so this is basically hoping to get a repetition going, as the king is simply escaping, and with the checkmate threat in the air, I'm not sure. Shouldn't be a draw, but we've all seen in another game where all of a sudden it was not supposed to be a repetition, but it did, and then it was missed. It was an opportunity that was missed. So anything can happen still. But yeah. Oh stop. I'm not so good at singing. I just enjoy doing it. I enjoy doing it for fun, and I wish I was better, but I would have to invest a lot of time in it, and I have no patience. I would always get really sad if I wouldn't hit the notes, and then yeah, I don't practice. Karaoke night. It's been a while. Oh no, Bucks, no, not the 502 song. Oh no. Oh no. I don't have singing videos to share, no. It's a passion, but not something that I actively do or something, so it's just for fun. Thank you so much, Salimon. Thank you. I feel very motivated, to be honest, to commentate on more top events. This is an amazing opportunity. I've been invited by the organizers to commentate on this event, and they are very helpful. They provide the camera feed and everything. So I feel like oftentimes it's difficult to cover on events without the camera feed, because the camera feed adds so much to the stream, right? So I would love to continue doing coverage on tournaments, but first of all, it would need to fit my schedule, and I happen to be free these 2 weeks, so that helps a lot. But yeah, either I'm playing or I have other things that I have to do or stuff like that. But this tournament has definitely given me a lot of motivation to commentate on more events in the future, even if I'm not invited. So it's definitely on the list of things to do. So yeah, thank you so much for the kind words. Lacking execution. Yeah, I have an execution problem. I also haven't really had proper singing lessons. The only lessons I've really had were where I was part of a singing choir. But I was 8 or 9, and yeah. Not more than that. Honestly, I appreciate it, all guns blazing. I mean, it helps that I'm commentating on my own channel, so I feel like I can be more interactive with the chat, because usually commentary is very, very formal. You don't interact with chat, or there is simply no chat. That also makes it hard to communicate with the chat. But it does give me a lot of flexibility to communicate with you guys, make it interactive, or try to at least. So, yeah. Sing loud. Yeah, true. Covering Tata Steel next. I'm actually working behind the scenes for Tata Steel, which is super exciting, but I won't be able to stream as much, which is a little sad, but I'll be making content there. I'll be making the social posts there, so it is a really awesome opportunity, but it will be for Tata Steel and not for my channel. So we'll see what to do during this time, what I'll be able to do. So yeah. For now, I am working there. Oh, thank you so much, Salimon. That's awesome. I'm also really surprised, like, when I follow the games on my own, like, I'm not commentating on them when I follow them off stream, right? Like, you just watch the games and you're like, okay. And you just wait. But when you commentate, I just get very excited. Generally, I get very excited when streaming, but if I watch classical games while commentating, I also get very excited. So I've also been enjoying the commentary a bit too much these days. So yeah, it's pretty funny. And in the meantime, guys, Shrez is really trying hard to save the game. He had to try something with F5 to stop this checkmate threat, but it should not be enough here. He's really trying hard, but en passant has been played. And apparently that is not the best move, guys. May this just have been blowing the advantage away. Let's take a look. D2 has to be played, moving the pawn forward. What does White have in mind after this? Because D2, bishop takes D2, queen takes D2. There is still a pawn. Queen D5 check. That is mean. That is mean. That is very mean. King takes D5 and this pawn is unstoppable. So G takes F6, D2 on the board. What is happening next? You have to take this. You have to take this. But why is this not so good? I really wonder. Because maybe queen a4 check is possible? And you take that pawn? It's getting really interesting because more and more pawns are captured. And the more pawns are captured, the more the drawing chances are. Because eventually we may get into a position with queen versus queen and bishop. And as far as I'm concerned, that is not winning. So all that black needs to do is try to take, well, after this one more pawn, and that should be enough for a draw. So Shreya's still fighting for that draw. I really like that he's taking chances here. He's trying his best. He's trying to make it complicated as the players are down to 6 minutes on the clock. Instead of taking that pawn en passant, we know that en passant is forced, all right? I know that part. But instead, he had to move that king back to safety, and there's nothing that can stop this queen h8 threat and just completely destroying black on the king side. So this was a bit too ambitious. And indeed, Shreyas does not take that bishop, which is instantly losing, as we just saw. He plays the move queen a4 check. What a good understanding of the game Shreyas has. Like, I'm super surprised, you know? By this time, we're on move 60 right now. By this time, you would see bigger mistakes happen. But so far, okay, he is in a losing position. But he has been trying really hard to make it complicated. Oftentimes, what we see is that the players make a mistake and then it goes downhill really badly. One mistake follows the other and it continues, and it's just, you cannot do anything anymore at some point. But here he made a mistake, but he's still fighting. He's still fighting, making it difficult and for his opponent. And as the clock is running down, things may actually happen. You never know. Queen takes a6 on the board. White is giving a check, and now the king has to move. Where do you go? Queen h7, queen d7, I don't really like that, or queen f7 is not really fun either. King h8 instead. And it does seem very unpleasant for that king on h8, I have to say. Bishop c3, looking at that king, gives me the shivers again. He is international master. Shreyas Israel is international master at the age of 14, and he already has one grandmaster norm, so he needs 2 more, and of course to cross 2500, but it is only a matter of time. He is trying to beat the current record for the youngest British grandmaster, which is currently held by none other than David Howell. And I believe it's what is the record? It's currently 16 years? Is that when David Howell became grandmaster? Bishop c3 on the board, wow. Hey Pezzy, hello. $16, all right, good to know, good to know. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was 15 or 16, but I guess the 16, yeah. Youngest as in youngest British grandmaster, so that is what is at stake essentially here for Shreyas. But yeah, he's trying really hard to get grandmaster before David Howell did. So let's see. I'm really excited to follow his journey, as he's only 14 years old now. Prague second youngest. Yeah, true. As Abi Manu Mishra is the youngest grandmaster. Now, king to d4. We're going to see a lot of checks happening here, guys. A lot of checks. Lots of checks. And with only 6 minutes on the clock for both players. This is going down to the wire, guys. We're back to time travel. I'm so excited. We have seen that even in the most logical positions, or I mean, okay, we're spectating, right? So it's really easy for us to judge moves, to see the best moves possible, etc. But we've seen that even in the most logical situations where you should not make a certain move that is a blunder, the players can still make those moves. They can still make blunders and anything can still happen. So I'm excited for that time scramble, guys. I'm excited for it. Feels a little bit sadistic for the players, but this is why we're watching and not playing, right? King e5, e6, f7. Ooh, I like that. I like that king march. But for now, this king is stuck and is unable to go to e5. I wonder if it's still winning if you trade queens. It probably is, as the pawn on g6 is easy to stop. Yeah, should be winning. But it's difficult to see how far this king can get, because after queen d1 check, king e5, you just give another check, right? So the king has to retreat. You can't really move forward. So that is difficult, but this is indeed an idea. If that was possible, it would be really nice. Oh, you ended at 2:01, Matthew. I'm so sorry about that. Hey, chess player 38. Hello, welcome. Do you think this will end up in a draw? I'm not convinced yet, but I would not say it. I would not say with 100% certainty that white is winning this. I'm not 100% certain, but let's say 80% certainty. The other day, I made the prediction that it was 2% chance draw, and it happened. So I'd like to give a bit more freedom, a bit more space to my predictions now. I'm a little bit concerned of making big statements now, so I'm playing a little bit safe. Let's say 80% winning for white, 20% draw, because the time is ticking. Fatigue is going to kick in as well. You never know what happens in these situations. Queen a4 check on the board. The king has to retreat. This is of course not a move. If b4, something feels off about this move. Is that just me? b4. I would be terrified to play b4, but I guess it works. So it is on the board. b4 has been played. Something feels off about it, but after queen a2, there's still king d4. So white is completely fine here, but I would feel terrified with white. But that is probably because I'm seeing some patterns that terrify me, but black can actually not do anything here. If bishop takes here, there's still another pawn left. If this pawn was, let's say, on g3, this may have ended in a draw possibly, because you trade the queens off the board, and okay, the king has to come closer as well. You need to find a way to capture that pawn on f6 as well, but for the time being, that's not happening, and Strauss has to keep giving checks and hope, actually, for the best. There's also a check there. Oh, yeah. Ooh, that hurts as well. So you have to keep giving those checks. Not easy at all. We see on the camera, by the way, Arbiter Shura Bayat on the camera feed. She's the arbiter of this event. The table you see at the very left down here is the table of the arbiters. So they have a good overview of the players, the games. But now there's only one game left. So we're waiting for this game to finish. But this game may be the longest game of the tournament, as the players are playing the game until the very end. And I'm not expecting a resignation or a repetition anytime soon. This game is going down the wire. Queen a7 check is on the board. The queen can't cover, but there is king d3. And after king d3, queen a6 check, you can play b5, and that pawn is moving fast. How long does Shreyas have to break David's record? David Howell got Grandmaster at 16, so I guess less than 2 years? In a year and some months? I don't know. Something like that. So now we see, indeed, we see Queen a7 check, King d3, and now King h7 to avoid this annoying move f7, opening up the bishop towards that king. So King h7 on the board. It's also a sort of waiting move to see what the opponent does, hoping for a blunder, as there's simply not much left. And it's always good to activate the king, right? Because you may be able to play g5 at some point, king g6, and then you're all of a sudden attacking that pawn on f6, so anything can still happen. But this should be easily winning for white. Indeed, this pawn is moving forward really fast, it's moving places, so I'm not expecting anything crazy to happen anymore. This seems to be easily winning for white. Hey, our finance, welcome, hello. I would not want to resign here with black. It feels like, you know, there's always a chance of a blunder. We've seen what happened in some of the endgames this tournament. Some crazy blunders have happened, but this seems to be difficult to blunder anymore. But I would still want to try here with black. Try to play a few more moves. You have a queen still on the board, so why not try, right? But now with the queen on a7 and king on h7, the queen is quite tied together to defending that 7th rank, as for example queen g1 will be followed by queen f7 check, and things go down fast there. So yeah, this is over. Lights out. Bishop h6, possible, but not something that white should be afraid of. This pawn is moving really fast, right? So even if you manage to give a check here, this king will simply go back, and there's not a lot you can do here. You always have to keep an eye on the 7th rank here with the queen. Unpleasant situation for black. Queen a3 on the board, trying to involve some tricks with bishop b4. And also defending the bishop, so after queen f7, you simply move the king anywhere. h6 works as well, actually. And funnily enough, the bishop is pinned, so you can't play bishop d2. We tried to keep it at the commentary, right? And there's no space for controversial topics in a commentary. You just try to keep it fun and interesting for everyone. We are on move 69. Chat's favorite. But yeah, this has been the longest game so far, for sure. The longest game of the tournament. But it doesn't feel like it's been 5 hours. But the players have been playing already for 5 hours. So this is definitely a long one. Going to be 5 decisive wins today. Yeah, that was my prediction. As soon as, I believe before the 14th move, I made the prediction that we're going to see 5 decisive games. And it's not looking like it was actually going to happen, but we had a lot of decisive games already. So yeah, this game should have ended in a draw too. Shreyas is doing really well holding the position, but in this endgame, it was a little bit too much, and he did not manage to defend it. But game is still going on, guys. f7? f7 invites bishop g7. Queen h1. bishop h6. f8 not possible, so that helps, but I don't like f7 because it allows moves such as bishop g7. You want to keep this pawn on f6 for the time being. You're not moving anywhere with this pawn anyway. With white, you need to push the b pawn. Oh my goodness, he actually played f7. He heard you. He heard you say that move, and he thought, I have to do this. So he's probably focusing on reinforcing the threats, trying to checkmate the king on h8. Bishop g7, queen c4. Yeah, I mean, this position is completely winning, right? The reason why I don't like f7 personally, because that pawn is controlling the dark squares. As soon as the bishop gets to g7, things may start to get out of hand, and you don't want to allow any sort of counterplay, right? So I really wanted this pawn to move forward, but currently b6, queen a6 check, not very clear how to win that, right? Actually, after queen a6 check, the king moves, let's say, okay, if here I run into another check, this is no check. After queen takes b6, now we go here and take the bishop. So this would actually have been an easy win for white. So f7 on the board, queen to c1. Interesting decision. He's trying really hard to move the queen around. Ooh, I see some tactics around the corner. Wow, Shreyas Real, so resourceful. Actually incredible. Queen h1 is mate now. Okay, that is probably why you had to... Actually, no, that's not mate. No. Bishop h6. I thought I missed something, but bishop h6. And queen c1 also covers the square h1 now, so there's no check there. So, yeah. All right. The players are still fighting, guys. Nikita trying to win this game, and Shreyas trying to survive this, because winning chances, he certainly does not have those, but drawing chances, on the other hand, I can see a world where a draw would occur here. So, once again, my prediction, 20% chances for a draw, 80% for a win for Nikita. And by not playing b6, he may have spoiled it for himself already. Do you prefer Gukash or Anis to qualify? That's the most interesting question probably to ask. I don't really have a big preference. I mean, of course, I have to support Anish, right? As he's from the same country as I am. But at the same time, I'm not like against Gukash or something, so I don't have a huge preference. I just want to see fighting chess. And you know what? I would love to see it go down the wire, where on the 31st of December, we will still not know what is the case, like who has qualified for the candidates. Only on the 1st of January. So, I mean, it would be amazing to have Anish as the world champion, absolutely. Oh my gosh, guys! Queen e5 and the evaluation bar dropped to 0! Oh my goodness! What? Queen d1 check is completely drawn. How is this possible? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness. See, this is why I didn't say 2% drawing chances. I knew it, that there's some possible loophole here. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look. Queen d1 check. What happens at the king c4? Queen f1. Because after king d5, you lose a pawn on f7 with check. And the king has to go back here. You don't have to take the pawn. You can still go queen here, bishop here, queen here. And you just keep giving checks. It is on the board. Queen d1 check is on the board. You only move. Oh my goodness. Another spoiled endgame by Nikita Vitiukov. Another spoiled win. King e3 is on the board. All right, so king c4 was an easy draw, right? So what happens after king e3? The problem, I think, is that this king can't really cross anymore. The queen was a really nice shield, but now this king cannot really move far anymore. Here, let's take a look. Queen c1 check. It's still very unclear. Queen g1, apparently that's also fine. But it's really difficult to see how this is exactly a draw. But the point is essentially that Queen f1 is really oftentimes a threat. So going back to d3 is not going to help matters. And now you just keep on giving checks. You keep on giving checks. If you play, let's say, king e4, you can play queen b1 check. And this essentially stops you from going forward. And as long as you can't move forward, you're fine. I can lose with white, hold my beer. This is incredible. Bishop c5. Oh, that's very ambitious. Oh, you mean instead of queen g1? I love that. I love that. I love you trying to go for those tricks. But yeah, bishop c5. I guess bishop d4, and maybe you would be helping your opponent in this case to travel around that bishop. I think with this bishop on c3, it is helping you to make a draw. And here the king goes to d3. Oh my goodness, guys. I can't believe this, that we're witnessing this. I can't believe it. Or queen f3, same thing. I can't believe we're witnessing this. Wow. What a way. I mean, I shouldn't say anything yet. A mistake can still be made. We saw how there was a similar situation where repetition was possible, but it was missed, and then the player still managed to lose. But this is looking like Shreya's finally caught white into some crazy pattern, making it into endless of checks. And this goes to show that Shreya's Royale is such a big talent. So resourceful, fighting until the very end. And that truly shows his strength. He is not just a deservingly international master, he deserves to be Grandmaster. Playing against none other than Nikita Vitiugov, 2700 rated GM, is not able to defeat him. King c2 is on the board, and now simply continuing to give checks. As after bishop to d2, you can simply capture this pawn and everything is fine. The correct move, let's go back real quick as the players are still spending some time. With a little pause, I think there. b6. Instead of queen e5, simply playing b6. Oh no, not a move ago. Before f7, it was really important to play b6 here. So this may seem like you're losing a pawn with queen a6, but as you move the king, let's say to d2 or king c2, doesn't really matter. If this pawn is captured, you're going to win with queen f7. And if anything else happens, you can't really do much here with black. If you give a check, you just move here. Sure, you can give another check here, but the king goes here. At some point, the checks run out, and then the pawn moves forward. So that was a really important moment. After f7, things started to go down quickly, and here it's already very difficult. You have to play king c4, and it's really difficult to understand why. I guess the queen is the one controlling the light squares, whereas the bishop is controlling the dark squares, so that it doesn't end in repetition, right? But here we see now that both pieces are on dark squares, making it difficult for white to stop the checks. And if you play bishop e1 at any moment, at any point, if this bishop moves, you take that pawn on f7. So that is why Nikita is trying to avoid things, but he can only go and continue for not too long. That's why Queen endgame is so tricky. Exactly. And this is why Shreyas did not resign. We were all thinking that, okay, man, at some point he has to resign, blah, blah, blah. But nope, he was still ready to continue. Oh, Queen e3, Queen d5 check, taking that with... If Queen d4, you take that with check. Yeah, that is 100% draw. Oh, Nikita Vityugov is still trying, of course, but this is just over. This is going to be an easy draw. And I believe... So I thought they ended the game, but they switched the notation sheets as the players reach the 80th move. And oftentimes notation sheets have 80 moves. So then you have to get a new notation sheet to continue writing. I once had the pleasure, I think, to have 3 notation sheets as my game went on for so long. But I also believe that the notation sheets were not 80 moves, but like 60 or 40. I think it was 60 moves. So, yeah, it's a lot of writing. At one point, Evil was plus 11. Crazy, right? Crazy. Yeah, some are 60 moves, some 40. But I have a lot seen of 80. Or maybe that's because in the Dutch competition I see it a lot. I don't remember. So the thing is, Lenora Knox is that he can try to cover, but as soon as he tries to cover the checks with the queen, the pawns are hanging. And you just need to take one of the pawns, and then it's really easy to draw from there. As you keep giving checks, and then it's relatively easy to draw. But this game goes on until there's 2 kings on the board. I'm calling it 2 kings on the board. That's when it's a draw. Oh, that's so kind, Glenmere. That's so kind. Well, fortunately and unfortunately, I'm working behind the scenes for Tata Steel, so I will be doing content creation as I will be part of the social media team. So it's going to be a little bit different. I won't be commentating, but maybe in the future I will be able to commentate. It will be so awesome. It's always been such a pleasure visiting Tata Steel Chess, and you can say that it's one of my dreams to commentate on such a high level exciting event. So maybe one day. Interviews, not interviews. I could assist, but I believe that Fiona will be back, and she is one of the best at interviews. She is out of this league. So 2% chance of 2 kings not happening. Okay. There is 1 pawn off the board with check, even worse. So the checks will continue even after this move. Shreyas has a huge amount of wealth in his bank account. That's why he keeps giving checks. That's a funny joke. I love that one. How not to support him, exactly. This is just incredible. Queen f5 now. Queen f5, it's over. Queen f5, it's draw. Even better, Shreyas can try to fight for a win after this. It will be too much for the... Queen f5 and a draw declared. Wow, guys, this was incredible. Incredible defense by Shreyas Royale. Huge talent from England who's fighting for that GM norm. And rightfully so, drawing none other than 2700 rated player Nikita Vityugov. Insane masterclass by Shreyas how to stay resourceful, knowing that you are in a losing position, but not give up and keep fighting, because at one point the opponent will slip. And what an incredible game this was. We called it quits 20 moves ago, but Shreyas was not ready to give up, and rightfully so, as he defended this game. And that means we won't have 5 decisive games, guys, today. No 5 decisive games, but I'm very happy for Shreyas Royale. He deserves it. And really unfortunately for Nikita Vityugov, who has been suffering in those endgames, winning The end games has been difficult for him. He has the winning position, but is unable to convert them to full point, which must be really frustrating for him. Well, very well played by Shreya Zoryal and everyone. That brings us to... I was going to say the standings, but my standings have not refreshed at all. That is a little upsetting. Let me try to refresh this to see if I can pull up the current standings. Okay, there you have it. I just had to refresh first for a moment. Let me try to sort this out. Let me show you guys the standings. Okay, they're a little bit scuffed, so I apologize, but I'll just casually bring this up. Like everything is completely fine and it was meant to be this way. But you're just going to see live how we are adjusting the layout. There we go. This is the current standings, everyone. We see the standings after round 6 with Michael Adams leading the tournament with 4.5 points. Right behind, 4 points, Gukash with 4 points. They're already played each other, so that is not going to happen. So Gukash relies on other players to win. And well... wait, why did that change? Alright guys, I guess we have to switch to the pairings. You've seen the standings. The chess.com standing site does not want to cooperate, but we'll just head to the pairings, guys. Because tomorrow we have another exciting day of games. We have Michael Adams facing Andrei Volokitin, the rematch that we've all been waiting for, as Andrei Volokitin beat Michael Adams in the UK versus Ukraine charity match earlier this year. We have Luke McShane against Jules Moussard, Shreya Zoryal against Gukash. Everyone is waiting for this game. And Amin Tabatabai against Nikita Vityugov. And finally, Hans Niemann against Mateusz Bartel. Very exciting matchups once again. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching today. The games today have been super exciting. We've been blessed with super exciting games. What else is there to say? The viewers are the absolute winners of today's round. And we have 3 more rounds to go, guys. 3 more rounds and things are just getting started. Things are heating up as we advance to the final 3 rounds of the tournament, guys. Thank you so much for watching and thank you so much for the support. This was the London Chess Classic. This was round 6 and I'm really happy to be bringing you this coverage. But for now, we have to say goodbye as the coverage continues tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thank you so much to all of you for watching. Thanks for the support. Make sure to give the YouTube stream a like. I believe that is helping the stream a lot. I'm unfamiliar when it comes to the YouTube stream, but we're working on it and we're learning every single day. But for now, guys, have a great rest of your day. Take care. Thanks for all the support and hope to see you back tomorrow for the coverage of round 7 of the London Chess Classic. See you tomorrow, guys.